We often like to believe that we have a firm grip on the boundaries of our daily lives. We wake up, we follow our routines, and we go to sleep, confident that the world behaves according to a strict set of logical rules. We believe that when a person goes missing, they are simply lost somewhere in the physical world, waiting to be found. We believe that when someone passes away, that is the absolute, definitive end of their story, and their physical body is nothing more than a vessel that has run its course. But today, we are going to look at two incredibly strange cases from East Asia where those very rules of reality seem to bend, shatter, and completely rewrite themselves. The first case takes us to a beautiful but deeply mysterious mountain forest in mainland China in the year 2020, where a woman went on a simple morning walk and stepped directly into a complete blank spot in time. The second case takes us back to a rural village in Taiwan in 1959, where a family had to face a reality so bizarre that even the national government had to launch an official investigation. Both of these stories will leave you questioning what is actually possible in the world we live in and how little we truly understand about the human mind, the human spirit, and the forces that exist just outside our field of vision. To understand our first story, we have to go to a small, quiet village nestled at the foot of a massive mountain range in mainland China. In this village, there lived a 39-year-old woman named Fei. Fei was a very gentle, quiet, and simple person who had lived in this exact village her entire life. She was a familiar face to everyone, but she was also someone who kept to herself. She lived a highly predictable and sheltered existence, and this was not by accident. There was a very specific, deeply personal reason why Fei lived her life with such extreme caution. When she was a much younger woman, Fei had been diagnosed with a serious, life-threatening tumor. The medical journey to treat this tumor was incredibly grueling. She had to undergo intensive therapies and take a cocktail of heavy, physically damaging medications for a very long period of time. Fortunately, the treatment was successful, the tumor went away, and she was declared completely free of the disease. But while her body had recovered, her mind had been deeply impacted by the experience. The long years of feeling sick, visiting doctors, and dealing with the harsh side effects of her medication had instilled a permanent sense of fragility in her. Fei grew up believing that she was incredibly delicate, like a piece of fine porcelain that could easily shatter if she took any unnecessary physical risks. Because of this deeply ingrained fear, Fei developed a lifestyle of absolute caution. She avoided any form of physical exertion, she never played sports, she never traveled to unfamiliar cities, and she absolutely refused to go anywhere near the rugged, steep mountain trails that surrounded her village. While her neighbors and family members would regularly venture up into the mountains to gather wood, pick wild herbs, or simply enjoy the fresh air, Fei remained strictly on the paved, flat roads of her village. She felt that as long as she stayed on the flat ground and followed her familiar path, she would remain safe and healthy. Over the years, this desire for safety turned into a highly disciplined, comforting daily routine. Every single morning, Fei would wake up early, put on her favorite bright red winter coat, and step out of her house. She would walk down the quiet village streets to the local convenience store. There, she would take her time browsing the aisles, eventually purchasing a large assortment of sweet pastries, sesame biscuits, and other small snacks. Once she paid the clerk, she would step back outside and decide which of her relatives she would visit that day. She would walk to her parents' house, her sister's house, or back to the home she shared with her husband. She would spend her afternoon sitting with them, sharing her snacks, chatting about the local gossip, and enjoying the quiet comfort of her family. This was her entire life, and while it kept her safe, it also made her quite isolated. She did not really have any close friends, and she rarely did anything purely for fun. She was simply stuck in her safe, predictable ways. But on the morning of the 16th of February 2020, the weather was exceptionally clear and cool, and Fei got out of bed to start her day just like she had thousands of times before. She slipped her arms into the sleeves of her distinctive bright red coat, zipped it up to her chin, and walked out the door. She made her way to the local convenience store, greeted the cashier, and picked out a large selection of her favorite snacks. After paying, she stepped back out onto the main road, holding her bags of food. As she stood there, enjoying a sweet pastry and trying to decide whether she should go visit her sister or head straight back home, she suddenly heard several voices calling out her name from a short distance away. Faye stopped, turned her head, and looked toward the edge of the paved road. Standing at the very top of a dirt trailhead that led directly up into the mountains were 5 people. They were standing in a small cluster, waving their hands and smiling warmly at her. Faye recognized them as fellow villagers, people she had seen around the neighborhood for years. She could see that they were dressed in sturdy clothing and appeared to be preparing for a hike. The dirt path where they were standing was the entrance to a famous local trail that led up into a massive, dense forest on the mountainside. This forest was incredibly beautiful, filled with towering pine trees, steep rocky cliffs, and pristine natural waterways. It was known locally as the 18 Ponds of the Dragon King. This name came from the fact that there were literally 18 beautiful, natural pools of mountain water scattered throughout the dense woods, fed by rushing streams and spectacular waterfalls. The village where Faye lived sat right at the base of this mountain, and its Chinese name even translated directly to Dragon King. Despite living her entire life next to this breathtaking natural wonder, Faye had never once set foot on that trail. She had heard her family members and neighbors describe how magnificent the waterfalls were and how peaceful the air felt up among the ponds, but her fear of getting hurt or falling ill had always kept her away. It was simply too risky for someone who viewed herself as frail. But on this particular morning, as the 5 villagers called out her name and waved, something unexpected happened inside of Faye. They called out to her saying, "Hey, Faye, come over here, come join us." They told her they were heading up to the 18 Ponds of the Dragon King for a beautiful morning hike, and they wanted her to come along with them. They told her it was a perfect day for a walk, that the mountain air would do her good, and that she should finally experience the beauty of the forest for herself. Normally, Faye would have immediately declined the invitation, made a polite excuse, and hurried back to her safe, predictable routine. But as she stood there looking at their friendly, inviting faces and feeling the warmth of the morning sun, she felt a sudden, unfamiliar spark of excitement. She thought about how repetitive her life had become, how she did the exact same thing every single day, and how she had never once allowed herself to experience the incredible natural beauty that lay just outside her door. She looked at the 5 people and thought to herself that they seemed very competent, kind, and responsible. Surely, if she was hiking with a group of trustworthy neighbors, nothing bad could possibly happen to her. It felt like a perfectly safe, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to finally step out of her comfort zone and do something adventurous. And so, acting on a rare impulse, Faye walked over to the group and told them that she would love to join them. The 5 villagers were absolutely thrilled to have her along, and together, the 6 of them began their hike up the dirt trail. As they walked deeper and deeper into the forest, Faye was completely captivated by what she saw. The landscape was even more stunning than she had ever imagined from her distant view at the bottom. The towering trees filtered the bright sunlight, casting beautiful dancing shadows on the forest floor, and the air smelled incredibly fresh, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. Faye felt a deep, overwhelming sense of joy and liberation. For the first time in her life, she was experiencing the natural majesty of her home, and she felt completely alive. The 5 companions were wonderful hiking partners. They chatted amiably, asking Faye about her life and sharing stories of their own. Faye opened up to them, talking about her childhood, her past health struggles, and how much this walk meant to her. The conversation flowed easily, and the miles seemed to fly by as they climbed higher up the mountain. Eventually, the trail led them deep into the heart of the forest, where they reached one of the largest and most beautiful ponds in the entire area. It was a truly magical spot. The trees cleared, allowing the warm, bright sunlight to pour down on a pristine, emerald-green pool of water. A gentle waterfall cascaded down a rocky cliff face, feeding into the pond with a soothing, rushing sound. The group decided that this was the perfect place to stop and rest. They all took a seat right on the rocky shore of the pond, and Faye's companions began to unpack some food. Faye opened up the bags of snacks she had purchased at the convenience store that morning, and together they enjoyed a wonderful picnic in the warm sunlight. Faye sat there, listening to the sound of the waterfall, eating her snacks, and feeling an incredible sense of peace. She thought to herself that this was easily the best day of her entire life, and she was so glad she had ignored her fears. But as she sat there enjoying the beautiful scene, she suddenly began to feel an intense, overwhelming wave of fatigue. At first, she tried to dismiss it, thinking that it was only natural for her to be tired. After all, she was not used to physical exertion, and she had just hiked several miles up a steep mountain trail. But the fatigue she was feeling was unlike anything she had ever experienced. It was not just a pleasant sleepiness, it was a heavy, suffocating weight that seemed to pull at her entire body. Her eyes felt incredibly heavy, and she struggled to keep them open. She felt herself slumping backward against the flat rock she was sitting on, her muscles completely losing their strength. She looked over at her 5 companions, hoping to ask them for help or tell them how tired she was. But they were still sitting nearby, eating and talking amongst themselves, seemingly oblivious to her condition. They were not looking at her, and their voices began to sound distant and muffled, as if they were speaking through water. Faye's vision began to blur, and the sunlight reflecting off the pond turned into a hazy, shimmering mist. She tried to fight the urge to sleep, but her body simply refused to cooperate. Her eyelids closed, her head came down onto the cool stone, and she drifted off into a deep, dreamless sleep. When Faye finally opened her eyes again, she was still lying in the exact same spot on the rocky shore of the pond. But the warm, bright sunlight was completely gone. The forest was shrouded in pitch-black darkness. The only light came from the cold, pale moon hanging high above the clearing. Faye blinked, trying to clear the heavy fog from her brain, and she slowly sat up. She looked around, expecting to see her companions sleeping nearby or sitting around a campfire. But there was no one there. The shore of the pool was completely empty. The 5 people who had been so kind and attentive to her had vanished without a trace. Faye's heart began to race as a cold dread washed over her. She called out their names, her voice trembling in the dark, but there was no response. The only sounds in the forest were the rushing of the waterfall, the rustling of leaves in the night wind, and the eerie chirping of nocturnal insects. She looked toward the dense tree line, but it was nothing but a wall of black shadows. She could not comprehend how her new friends could have abandoned her like this. They knew she was frail, they knew she had never been up here before, and they knew she did not have a flashlight or any supplies. It made absolutely no sense. Why would they leave her alone in the middle of the wilderness at night? As she sat there shivering in her red coat, her mind began to spiral into absolute panic. She started to think that perhaps this entire day had been a carefully planned trap. Maybe those 5 people had intentionally targeted her, lured her up into the isolated mountains, and slipped something into her food or drink to make her fall asleep. She wondered if they were still out there in the dark, hiding in the shadows, waiting for her to wake up so they could hurt her. The beautiful, majestic forest that had filled her with such joy just hours before now felt incredibly hostile, dangerous, and terrifying. She realized that she was in extreme danger and that she had to get out of there immediately. Faye scrambled to her feet, but her legs were incredibly weak and shaky. She felt a deep, hollow emptiness in her stomach, and her head was spinning. But the adrenaline coursing through her veins pushed her forward. She turned toward the dark path that had brought them to the pond. In the daytime, the path had been clear and easy to follow, but now, under the canopy of trees, it was pitch black. She could not see her own hands in front of her face. Taking a deep breath, she stepped into the shadows, embarking on a desperate attempt to find her way back down the mountain. What followed was a living nightmare. Faye stumbled through the pitch-black woods, completely disoriented. She kept losing the trail, stepping off the path and into thick brush and thorny bushes. She tripped over exposed roots and rocks, falling repeatedly and scraping her hands and knees. Every shadow looked like a person waiting to grab her, and every snap of a twig in the distance made her freeze in terror. She was convinced that someone was following her, playing a cruel game of cat and mouse. She walked and crawled for what felt like hours, losing all sense of direction. She was hopelessly lost, terrified, and utterly exhausted. Eventually, as she was stumbling through a particularly dense patch of trees, she came across a small flowing stream. Her throat was incredibly dry, and her body was burning with thirst. She collapsed by the edge of the stream, knelt down, and scooped the cool water into her mouth with her hands. As she sat there, catching her breath and shivering from the cold night air, she noticed that the sky above the tree line was beginning to turn from black to a soft, pale gray. The long, terrifying night was finally coming to an end. As the morning sun began to rise, casting its light through the trees, Faye looked around and realized where she was. To her immense relief, the daylight revealed a clear, well-trodden path just a few yards away from the stream. As she looked down the path, she saw that it wound its way down the side of the mountain, and in the distance she could see the familiar rooftops of her village. She was going to make it. She was going to survive. Faye mustered all of her remaining strength and began her descent down the mountain. As she got closer to the bottom, she looked ahead and saw a large group of people gathered at the trailhead. There were dozens of them, standing together and talking animatedly. Faye felt a massive surge of relief. She assumed that her family had realized she was missing and had organized a search party to come look for her. She began to wave her arms and call out to them, shouting that she was okay and that she was coming down. Some of the people in the crowd heard her voice and looked up the trail. They saw a figure in a bright red coat walking toward them. But instead of cheering or running up to greet her, the crowd fell completely silent. They stood there, frozen, staring up at her with expressions of absolute shock and disbelief. Faye found their reaction very strange, but she was too tired to think much of it. She kept walking, and as she got closer, she recognized many of her friends, neighbors, and family members. Among the crowd was her sister. Faye waved directly at her sister and called out to her, telling her not to worry. Her sister stepped forward, her face pale, and walked toward Faye with hesitant, trembling steps. When they finally reached each other, they fell into a tight embrace. Faye's sister was crying, her body shaking with emotion. Faye held her tight and apologized for causing so much worry. She explained that she had gone for a walk with 5 nice villagers, but she had accidentally fallen asleep at the pond and got lost in the dark. She told her sister that she was incredibly sorry for being so careless, but she was back now and everything was going to be fine. But as Faye spoke, her sister pulled back and stared at her, her eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and terror. She looked at Faye's gaunt face and her extremely loose clothing. She shook her head and told Faye that what she was saying was impossible. Faye's sister looked her in the eyes and whispered that Faye had not been gone for just one night. She had been missing for 17 days. Faye did not have time to process this shocking revelation because her body finally gave out and she was rushed to the nearest hospital. The medical staff who examined her were absolutely horrified by her physical condition. During the 17 days she had been missing, Faye had lost a staggering 60 pounds. She was severely malnourished, dangerously dehydrated, and her body was on the verge of complete organ failure. The doctors were baffled as to how she was still standing, let alone how she had managed to walk down the mountain on her own. To lose that much weight and survive in the wilderness without food or proper shelter for nearly 3 weeks was a medical miracle. As Faye lay in her hospital bed, slowly recovering, her family and local authorities began to piece together what had happened during her absence. The police showed her security footage from the morning of the 16th of February 2020. Because she was wearing her highly distinctive bright red coat, she was very easy to spot. The footage showed her walking past the convenience store and heading straight toward the trailhead of the 18 ponds of the Dragon King. But as Faye watched the video, she gasped. The footage clearly showed her walking up the trail entirely by herself. There were no 5 people walking with her. There was no group of friendly villagers chatting and laughing by her side. She was completely alone. Faye was deeply confused and insisted that she had been with 5 specific people. She gave the investigators their names and described their faces and the conversations they had shared. But when her family heard the names, they fell silent and looked at her with pity and fear. They gently explained to Faye that the 5 people she had named were indeed real people who had once lived in their village. However, all 5 of them had passed away many years before. It was physically impossible for Faye to have hiked with them. Furthermore, the authorities explained the scale of the search effort that had taken place while she was gone. Because of these strict pandemic travel restrictions in place at the time, there were guarded checkpoints set up at every single entrance and exit of the surrounding villages. The police knew for a fact that Faye had never left the 7.5-mile forest zone of the 18 ponds of the Dragon King. They had launched a massive search operation, sending hundreds of volunteers, police officers, and search dogs into the dense woods. They had used thermal imaging drones and had even set off loud fireworks and firecrackers throughout the day and night, hoping that Faye would hear them and walk toward the noise. Yet, during the entire 17 days, Faye had seen absolutely no one, heard no search dogs, and heard no fireworks. From her perspective, she had simply fallen asleep for a few hours in the afternoon and woken up in the dark. There was a massive, inexplicable gap in time that defied all logic. The locals in the village had their own explanation for what had happened to Faye. The forest of the 18 ponds of the Dragon King was deeply tied to ancient folklore and spiritual beliefs. For generations, the villagers had whispered about the mountain being haunted. Many claimed to have seen strange, glowing blue lights moving silently through the dark trees at night. According to local legend, these lights were the spirits of those who had died on the mountain. These spirits were said to be trapped in the woods, searching for living people to lure into the forest so they could swap places with them, leaving the living trapped in a spiritual realm while the spirit took over their physical form. In fact, the reason the crowd had gathered at the trailhead on the morning of Faye's return was because of these legends. A local villager had looked up at the mountain earlier that morning and saw a bright red light moving slowly through the dark trees. Believing he was witnessing a supernatural phenomenon, he ran back to the village and told everyone. The villagers, excited and terrified, rushed to the trailhead to see the mysterious light for themselves. What they saw was not a ghost light, but Faye in her bright red coat, stepping out of the shadows after 17 days. To this day, there is no logical, scientific explanation for what happened to Faye during those 17 days. Some believe she suffered a severe psychological break, hallucinated the entire experience, and somehow managed to survive in a fugue state in the deep woods. Others believe she stepped into a tear in time or was the victim of something far more supernatural. Faye still lives in the village today, quiet and reserved, and her account of that beautiful hike with her 5 deceased neighbors has never changed. But as strange as Faye's story is, it is not the only event in the region that has challenged our understanding of life, death, and identity. Just a few decades earlier, in the spring of 1959, a similarly inexplicable event occurred in a small rural town in Taiwan. This story begins with a middle-aged civil engineer named Wu Chiu, who was making his usual commute home from work. Wu was a respected and hard-working man who rode his bicycle to and from his job every day. Normally, he quite enjoyed this daily ride. It allowed him to clear his mind, look at the beautiful local temples, and wave to the merchants in the bustling marketplaces. But on this particular morning, Wu was not paying any attention to his surroundings. He was in a state of absolute panic. Earlier that day, he had received an urgent message that his wife had suddenly fallen gravely ill at home. Wu was pedaling his bicycle as fast as his legs could carry him, desperate to reach his house and care for his wife. But as he turned onto the roads of his neighborhood, he began to experience a very strange physical sensation. Even though the road was flat and he was in excellent physical shape, pedaling felt almost impossibly difficult. It felt as though his bicycle was carrying an immense amount of extra weight, as if someone had placed a heavy stone on his back rack or was pulling him from behind. His muscles burned with exhaustion, and he was sweating profusely, struggling to keep the bike moving forward. He could not understand why a simple ride home was taking such a massive toll on his body, but he forced himself to keep going, driven by fear for his wife. As he made his final approach to his street, he saw them as neighbors standing outside. Wu was a deeply polite and neighborly man, so despite his exhaustion and hurry, he took a moment to look at the neighbor and give them a warm wave. But the neighbor did not wave back. Instead, they stared at Wu with a look of intense disgust and hostility. The neighbors scowled, turned their back on him, and walked away. Wu was highly confused by this reaction, but he did not have time to dwell on it. A few moments later, as he got even closer to his house, another neighbor came outside. Once again, Wu tried to be polite, offering a quick greeting as he struggled past. But this neighbor, too, stared at him with complete disdain, as if Wu had committed some horrible, unspeakable crime. The neighbor did not say a word, scoffed, and went back inside their house. Wu was completely bewildered. He had always been on excellent terms with everyone on his street, and he had no idea what he could have possibly done to deserve such treatment. But his wife was his top priority, so he pushed the strange encounters out of his mind, parked his heavy bike, and rushed inside his home. Wu ran into the bedroom and found his wife lying in bed. Her name was Lin Wangyao, and she was 37 years old. Lin had always been a very frail and delicate woman. She was prone to minor illnesses, headaches, and low energy, so Wu was used to taking care of her when she was feeling unwell. But the moment he looked at her face, he knew that this was different. Lin was deathly pale, her skin was slick with sweat, and she was burning up with a terrifyingly high fever. She was completely unresponsive to his voice, only groaning in pain. Wu immediately sprang into action. He rushed to the kitchen to prepare warm tea and light soup, hoping to get some fluids into her. But when he brought the food to her bedside, Lin was too weak to even swallow a single sip. Her condition was deteriorating rapidly. Throughout the long night, Wu did not sleep. He sat by her side, constantly applying cool cloths to her forehead and praying for her fever to break. But the fever only grew worse, and Lin began to slip in and out of consciousness. Over the next 2 days, the situation became desperate. Lin stopped responding entirely. She did not eat, she did not drink, and she lay completely still, her breathing shallow and ragged. Wu knew that he had to get her to a hospital. But in 1959, in this remote and rural part of Taiwan, getting medical help was a massive challenge. Wu did not own a car, and there were no emergency services to call. The nearest hospital was miles away, and he could not carry his unconscious wife on his bicycle. He remembered that one of his neighbors owned a donkey cart, which was the only form of transport on their street capable of carrying a sick person. Wu ran outside and saw the neighbor standing near the cart. He rushed over, flagging him down, and desperately begged him to use the cart to transport Lin to the hospital. But the neighbor looked at Wu with the exact same expression of disgust and anger that the other neighbors had shown him days before. The neighbor scoffed, turned away, and refused to help. Wu was stunned and furious. He grabbed the neighbor and pleaded with him, explaining that Lin was actively dying and that she would not survive another day without a doctor. When the neighbor heard that Lin's life was truly in imminent danger, his expression softened slightly and his hostility was replaced by a reluctant pity. He agreed to help, and together they went into the house, lifted Lin's limp body, and placed her in the back of the donkey cart. The journey to the hospital was agonizingly slow. It took several hours of bumpy, painful travel for the donkey cart to reach the clinic. By the time they arrived, Lin was completely unresponsive. The doctors and nurses rushed her inside and began doing everything they could to stabilize her. But her body was simply too weak. That night, Lin fell into a deep coma, and shortly after, she was pronounced dead. Wu was absolutely devastated by the loss of his quiet, gentle wife. He and the neighbor loaded her body back onto the donkey cart and made the somber journey back to their village. According to traditional Taiwanese customs, when a loved one passes away, their body is placed in a coffin and kept inside the family home for 7 days. This allows family, friends, and neighbors to visit, pay their respects, and pray for the soul of the deceased before the body is finally cremated. Wu set up the open coffin in his living room and began the painful process of hosting the wake. Over the next few days, a steady stream of mourners came through his doors. Wu sat quietly by the coffin, overwhelmed by grief. As he listened to the people talk about his wife, he realized just how much he was going to miss her. Lin had been a very simple, uneducated woman. She was completely illiterate, never traveled outside of their small region, and was highly introverted. She spent almost all of her time at home, keeping to herself and cooking traditional meals. She was especially known for her delicious pork and beef dishes, which she took great pride in preparing. She was a quiet, comforting presence in his life, and the thought of living in their quiet home without her was unbearable. On the third day of the wake, the living room was crowded with visitors. The atmosphere was heavy with the smell of burning incense and the sound of quiet weeping. Wu sat with his head in his hands, lost in his own sorrow. But suddenly, the quiet murmuring in the room stopped. A sudden, heavy silence fell over the entire house. Then, someone in the room let out a sharp, terrified gasp. Within seconds, multiple people began crying out in shock, some of them backing away toward the front door in pure terror. Wu looked up, confused by the sudden commotion. He saw that the mourners were all staring at the open coffin with wide, terrified eyes. Wu turned his gaze to the coffin, and his heart nearly stopped. Lin, who had been officially pronounced dead by doctors 3 days prior, and whose cold, lifeless body had been lying in a coffin this entire time, was suddenly sitting completely upright. She was blinking her eyes, looking around the crowded room with a look of mild confusion. For a moment, Wu was frozen in place. His mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. He thought that perhaps the hospital doctors had made a catastrophic error. He thought that maybe his wife had not actually died, but had instead fallen into an incredibly deep, catatonic state that mimicry death so perfectly that no one could detect a pulse. He believed that she had simply woken up from this deep coma. But even as he thought this, a part of him knew how impossible it was. He had been by her side for 3 days. Her body had been cold, stiff, and completely lifeless. She had not breathed, she had not moved, and she had gone without a single drop of water or food for days. But as the initial shock began to wear off, the natural human instinct to help took over. Wu and several of the braver mourners rushed to the side of the coffin. They gently lifted Lin out of the wooden box and carried her back to her bedroom, laying her down on the mattress. Lin was incredibly weak and could not speak, but she pointed to her throat, gesturing that she was thirsty. Wu quickly brought her a cup of water, which she drank slowly. Everyone in the room was in a state of utter bewilderment. They told Wu that they needed to get her back to the hospital immediately. But Wu looked at his wife's fragile form and shook his head. He knew how brutal the journey in the donkey cart had been, and he was terrified that moving her now would kill her. He decided that she was far too weak to travel, and that the best course of action was to keep her in bed, keep her comfortable, and pray that she would gain enough strength over the next few days to be safely moved. Over the course of that afternoon and evening, Wu and his family members stayed by her bedside, watching her closely. And then, something truly miraculous began to happen. Instead of remaining weak and frail, Lin began to recover at an impossibly rapid pace. Within just a few hours, the color returned to her cheeks. Her breathing became strong and steady, and she began to sit up and move her limbs with an ease she had never possessed before. By the time night fell, Lin was not only sitting up, but she was talking, laughing, and acting as if she had never been sick at all. In fact, she seemed to have far more physical energy and vitality than she had ever shown in her entire life. It was a complete medical impossibility, but Wu was simply too overjoyed to care. His wife was alive, and she was healthy. But the next morning, the joy began to turn into a deep, unsettling confusion. Lin woke up early, full of energy. She got out of bed, stretched, and told Wu that she wanted to go for a long walk. She wanted to visit the local temple and walk through the town. Wu was hesitant, but seeing how healthy she looked, he agreed. The two of them stepped outside and began their walk. As they walked down the street, Wu found himself struggling to keep up with her. Lin was walking at an incredibly brisk athletic pace, her steps light and energetic. This was highly unusual, as Lin had always walked slowly and delicately due to her frail health. But that was only the beginning of the strangeness. As they encountered neighbors on the street, Lin would stop and greet them. But as Wu listened to his wife speak, a chill ran down his spine. The voice coming out of her mouth did not sound like Lin's voice. The tone, the cadence, and the pronunciation were completely different. Most notably, she spoke with a distinct, heavy regional accent from a completely different province of Taiwan, an accent that Lin had never used and had never been exposed to. Over the next few weeks, the changes in Lin became impossible to ignore. She was a completely different person in every imaginable way. The first major shock came when Lin sat down at the kitchen table, picked up a newspaper, and began reading it aloud. Before her illness, Lin had been entirely illiterate. She had never gone to school, and she could not read or write a single character. Yet here she was, reading complex newspaper articles with perfect ease. Not only could she read, but she also began speaking fluent, formal Mandarin. In 1959, many rural Taiwanese villagers only spoke local dialects, and Lin had never known a word of Mandarin. Now, she spoke it with the precision of an educated professional. The second change was her diet and her behavior in the kitchen. Lin had always been an exceptional cook who loved preparing rich meat dishes for her husband. But after her recovery, she refused to touch meat. She declared that she was a strict vegetarian and that the very smell of cooking meat made her feel ill. She stopped cooking her signature dishes entirely, choosing instead to eat only simple vegetables and grains. Furthermore, this quiet, introverted, and submissive woman was now highly outspoken, confident, and sharp-witted. She began talking with incredible detail and authority about complex subjects like business, accounting, and bookkeeping topics that the original Lin had absolutely no knowledge of. One afternoon, Lin sat Wu down and told him that he was wasting his talents working as a civil engineer. She analyzed the local economy with incredible precision and told him that there was a massive, untapped demand for construction supplies in their growing town. She strongly advised him to quit his stable job, take their savings, and open a building materials business. She offered to manage the books and handle the financial accounting herself. Wu was terrified of taking such a massive risk, but his wife spoke with such absolute confidence and authority that he found himself agreeing to her plan. He quit his job and opened the shop. To his absolute amazement, Lin's business instincts were flawless. She took over the accounting, managing the finances with professional efficiency. The business became incredibly successful, and they soon began earning far more money than they ever had before. The story of the woman who rose from the dead and became a brilliant Mandarin-speaking businesswoman spread like wildfire. It became the talk of the entire region, and eventually rumors of this miraculous transformation reached the highest levels of the Taiwanese government. The authorities were deeply skeptical of the supernatural rumors, suspecting that some kind of fraud or psychological trickery was taking place. They decided that they needed to conduct an official investigation to uncover the truth. On the 17th of March, 1962, 3 years after her miraculous awakening, the government officially summoned Lin for questioning. Lin, who was completely unfazed by the government's interest, agreed to go. She was brought to a highly secure military hospital, where she was scheduled to be examined and interviewed by the hospital's chief physician, a highly respected and skeptical military doctor. The chief physician sat in his examination room waiting for the patient. He had read the reports and believed that this was likely a case of severe dissociative identity disorder or a highly elaborate hoax. He was prepared to ask tough, analytical questions to expose the truth. The door opened and Lin walked into the room. She looked like an ordinary, middle-aged village woman. But the moment her eyes met the chief physician's face, she stopped in her tracks. A look of profound recognition washed over her face. She smiled warmly, stepped toward him, and addressed him as Uncle. The chief physician was completely taken aback. He frowned and asked her why she was calling him uncle, as he had never met her or anyone from her village before. But Lin did not back down. She began speaking to him with incredible familiarity, referencing private family matters and personal details that no stranger could possibly know. The doctor's skepticism began to crumble, replaced by a growing sense of shock. He immediately picked up the telephone and called his wife, asking her to come to the hospital right away without explaining why. An hour later, the doctor's wife arrived at the examination room. She had never met Lin, and she had no idea what this meeting was about. But the moment she walked through the door, Lin looked at her, smiled, and called her auntie. It was then that Lin sat the couple down and revealed the unbelievable truth. She told them that the body they were looking at belonged to Lin Wangyao, but the spirit living inside of it did not. She explained that her real name was Zhu Shua. The chief physician and his wife gasped. Zhu Shua was the name of their beloved niece. Zhu Shua had been a young, highly educated woman who worked as a bookkeeper. During the chaos of the Chinese Civil War, a year prior to Lin's illness, Zhu Shua had attempted to flee to safety. However, she had gone missing during her journey, and her family had never heard from her again. They had searched for her desperately, but they eventually had to accept the tragic reality that she was likely dead. They had never found her body, and they had never received any closure. Lin, or rather the spirit of Zhu Shua speaking through Lin's body, began to detail exactly what had happened to her. She explained that during her escape, she had been cornered on a beach by a group of local fishermen. The fishermen had robbed her of all her money and belongings, and then, to cover up their crime, they had brutally murdered her and cast her body into the sea. Zhu Shua explained that after her physical death, her soul had been trapped in a state of purgatory, wandering the earthly realm in confusion and grief. She had been unable to move on, anchored by the injustice of her death. But then, she felt a powerful pull toward a specific house in a nearby village. She had followed that pull and found Lin Wangyao lying in her bed, her physical body dying of a terrible fever. When Lin's spirit finally left her body and passed on to the afterlife, the physical body was left vacant but still viable. Zhu Shua's spirit, seeing an opportunity to return to the living world and seek justice, stepped into the vacant vessel. She revived the cold body, woke up in the coffin, and had been living as Lin ever since. The chief physician and his wife listened to this story in absolute silence, tears streaming down their faces. As they looked at the woman sitting before them, they realized that her accent, her mannerisms, her posture, and the way she held her hands were identical to their missing niece. This woman possessed all of Zhu Shua's knowledge, her literacy, her fluency in Mandarin, her bookkeeping skills, and her strict vegetarian diet. It was a perfect match. But the chief physician knew that the government would never accept a spiritual explanation without concrete, verifiable proof. He realized that there was one way to test her story. Zhu Shua had claimed that she was murdered by a specific group of local fishermen, and she had even provided the government investigators with their names and the exact location of the crime. The Taiwanese government launched an official investigation into the disappearance of Zhu Shua based on Lin's testimony. They tracked down the names of the fishermen she had provided. To their surprise, they found that almost all of them had already passed away in the years since the war. However, there was one surviving fisherman still living in a quiet coastal village. The police went to the fisherman's home and brought him in for questioning. They did not tell him about Lin or the claims of reincarnation. They simply asked him about the missing young woman from years ago. At first, the old fisherman was defensive. But as the police pressed him with specific details of the crime, details that had never been made public, the man broke down. He wept and confessed to the crime. He admitted that his group of fishermen had indeed cornered, robbed, and murdered the young woman on the beach. But then, the fisherman added a detail that sent chills down the investigators' spines. He told the police that during the attack, he had felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. He had tried to stand up to the other fishermen and begged them to spare the girl's life, but they had ignored him and proceeded with the murder anyway. This exact detail that one of the fishermen had tried to save her was something that Lin had specifically told the investigators during her interview at the military hospital. There was absolutely no way for an illiterate village woman living miles away to have known this private, decades-old secret. Based on the fisherman's confession and the incredible consistency of the details, the Taiwanese government officially closed the case of Zhu Shua's disappearance. They updated her status from missing to murdered, and they officially recorded the deceased fishermen as her killers. The government, a highly bureaucratic and skeptical institution, had essentially solved a cold case murder using the testimony of a reincarnated spirit. But there was still one lingering mystery from the very beginning of the story. When Wu Chu had been riding his bicycle home on the day his wife fell ill, he had been deeply hurt by the hostile reactions of his neighbors. He had not understood why they had looked at him with such intense disgust. During the government's investigation, the investigators interviewed those exact neighbors to get their perspective on the events. When asked about that day, the neighbors explained that they had been absolutely outraged by Wu's behavior. They told the police that they all knew Lin Wangyao was lying in bed, desperately ill and close to death. Yet, as they stood outside their homes, they saw Wu Chu pedaling down the street, sweating and struggling. And sitting directly on the back rack of his bicycle was a young, unfamiliar woman. The woman was holding on to his waist, riding along with him. To the neighbors, it appeared that Wu Chu was flagrantly parading his mistress through the street while his devoted wife lay dying in their home. It was an act of supreme disrespect and cruelty, which is why they had looked at him with such utter disdain and refused to wave back. But Wu Chu had sworn under oath that he was completely alone on his bicycle that day. He had not been carrying any passenger. However, he did vividly remember that the bicycle had felt incredibly, inexplicably heavy, as if he was carrying an extra 100 pounds of weight up the flat road. According to Lin, or Zhu Shua, the mystery was simple. Zhu Shua's spirit had been drawn to Wu's house that morning, knowing that Lin's body would soon become available. As Wu was riding home in a panic, her spirit had hitched a ride on the back of his bicycle. Because spirits are invisible to those who are not spiritually sensitive, Wu could not see her, though he could feel her physical weight. But the neighbors, perhaps due to the strange spiritual energy surrounding the impending transition, had briefly seen the form of a young woman riding on the back of the bike. For the rest of her long life, Lin Wangyao lived as Zhu Shua. She never returned to her old personality, her old diet, or her illiteracy. She remained a sharp, confident, and highly respected member of her community, acting as a spiritual guide and counselor for many who sought her wisdom. She and Wu Chu lived a long, prosperous life together, running their successful business. Zhu Shua passed away in the year 2018 at the remarkable age of 97. At her funeral, the family hung beautiful ceremonial banners that displayed both of her names, Lin Wangyao and Zhu Shua. It was a final, respectful acknowledgement of the two lives that had shared a single physical vessel. These two extraordinary stories, occurring decades apart in different regions, present us with a profound mystery. In the case of Faye, we have a woman who vanished into a heavily monitored forest, only to return 17 days later, having lost 60 pounds, with a completely altered perception of time and memories of hiking with the dead. In the case of Lin Wangyao, we have a woman who officially died, only to sit up in her coffin 3 days later, speaking a different language, possessing advanced professional skills, and carrying the memories of a murdered stranger whose killers she was able to identify with perfect accuracy. Are these events the result of rare, extreme psychological phenomena that science has yet to fully map? Or did these two women truly step across the invisible boundaries that separate our physical reality from something far more mysterious, vast, and unexplained? We may never know the absolute truth, but the documented evidence, the police records, and the lives of the people involved suggest that the world we live in is far more mysterious than we could ever begin to imagine. Thank you so much for watching. Until next time! In March of 2015, in the sprawling, historic city of St. Petersburg, Russia, a 6'8" year-old woman named Tamara Samsonova was living in a state of controlled chaos. Her apartment, the place she had called home for years, was being torn apart and put back together. Renovations. Dust was everywhere, the noise was constant, and it was becoming nearly impossible to live there. A good friend of hers, a 9-year-old woman named Valentina Olenova, heard about Tamara's situation. Valentina lived nearby and had a spare room. She felt for her friend and decided to make a generous offer. She called up Tamara and said something along the lines of, "Why don't you come and stay with me while the work is getting done?" "It's no trouble at all." Tamara was immensely grateful. It was the perfect solution. She immediately accepted, packed a few bags, and moved into Valentina's quiet, comfortable apartment. From the moment she arrived, Tamara wanted to be the perfect houseguest. She knew she couldn't afford to pay rent, so she decided to contribute in other ways. She became the unofficial housekeeper. She cleaned the apartment from top to bottom, she did all the dishes, and she made sure there was always a home-cooked meal ready for Valentina. For the first couple of weeks, things were wonderful. The two women, both in their later years, enjoyed the companionship. They'd chat in the evenings, share meals, and it felt like a comfortable, easy arrangement. Valentina was happy to help her friend, and Tamara was relieved to be out of her noisy, dusty apartment. Then, after a few weeks passed, Tamara got a call. The renovations on her home were complete. It was time for her to move back. But a strange thing had happened. Tamara had gotten used to living with Valentina. She enjoyed the company, she enjoyed their routine, and frankly, she didn't want to leave. So she approached Valentina and asked, "Would it be okay if I stayed just a little bit longer? I'm really enjoying it here." Valentina was a little hesitant. The original agreement was just for the duration of the renovations. But she was a kind woman, and she didn't want to just kick her friend out onto the street. So she reluctantly agreed. "Okay," she said. "A little bit longer is fine." But a little bit longer turned into a couple of months. Spring turned into summer, and Tamara showed absolutely no signs of packing her bags or making any plans to move back to her own apartment. Valentina's patience began to wear thin. Her home didn't feel like her own anymore. The temporary guest had become a permanent fixture, and the initial harmony had curdled into a quiet, simmering resentment. Valentina started dropping hints, asking about Tamara's apartment, wondering aloud when she might be moving back. But Tamara would just brush off the questions or change the subject. Finally, in late July of 2015, Valentina couldn't take it anymore. She decided a direct confrontation was the only way. She sat Tamara down and told her straight up, "You have to go. The renovations are done. It's time for you to go home." She expected some resistance, maybe some sadness, but she didn't expect Tamara's flat-out refusal. Tamara just looked at her and said, "No, I'm not leaving." This sparked a huge fight. Voices were raised, feelings were hurt, and the tension in the small apartment became unbearable. But at the end of it all, nothing was resolved. Tamara still refused to leave. For the next couple of days, a heavy, oppressive silence fell over the apartment. The two women moved around each other like ghosts, not speaking, not even making eye contact. The air was thick with unspoken anger. This Cold War was finally broken on July 23rd over something incredibly trivial. There were a few unwashed cups left in the sink. One of them was supposed to have cleaned them, but hadn't. An argument started about whose turn it was to do the dishes. But of course, it wasn't really about the cups. It was about everything else. The argument quickly escalated, and soon, Valentina was screaming at Tamara again. "You shouldn't even be here." "You need to leave my home!" And Tamara was yelling back, "No, I'm not going to leave." It was another huge blowout fight filled with bitterness and frustration. But then, something shifted. As the yelling died down, Tamara's demeanor changed. She seemed to finally accept the situation. With a sigh of resignation, she looked at Valentina and said, "Okay, I get it. I need to leave. Just give me a couple of days to get my things in order and I'll be out of your hair." Instantly, all the tension just evaporated from the room. Valentina felt a wave of relief wash over her. Finally, she was going to get her apartment back. The fighting was over. To seal the truce, Tamara offered a peace offering. "Look," she said, "I'll make us a special dinner tonight. I'll go out and get the food." Tamara left the apartment, but she didn't go straight to the grocery store. Her first stop was a local pharmacy. She walked in and bought a large quantity of potent sleeping pills. Then she went to the market and bought all the ingredients for a traditional Russian Olivier salad, a dish she knew was one of Valentina's absolute favorites. She returned to the apartment and began to prepare the meal. The kitchen was quiet as she chopped vegetables, but her mind was anything but. She took the sleeping pills she had just purchased, and using a mortar and pestle, she crushed them into a fine white powder. Then, as she was mixing the mayonnaise-based dressing for the salad, she carefully stirred the powder in, making sure it was completely dissolved and undetectable. She served the dinner, and Valentina, hungry and happy that their conflict was resolved, ate the entire salad. She didn't notice anything wrong. The dressing was rich and creamy, just the way she liked it. As soon as Tamara was sure Valentina had finished every last bite, she simply cleared the plates, went up to her room, and went to bed, leaving her friend in the living room. She waited. A couple of hours later, at around 2 o'clock in the morning, Tamara quietly got out of bed. She crept downstairs to the kitchen. And there, on the floor, was Valentina, passed out cold. Tamara walked over and checked for a pulse. She was still breathing. For a moment, Tamara felt a flash of disappointment. She had hoped the massive overdose of sleeping pills would have been enough to kill her. But it didn't really matter. It just changed the next step of her plan. She went to a closet where she had stashed a hacksaw. She had borrowed it from a neighbor earlier that day under the pretense of needing it for a small project. Now, she brought it back to the kitchen. Standing over her unconscious friend, Tamara began the gruesome, laborious task of dismembering Valentina's body. She worked with a strange, methodical precision. As she cut her friend into pieces, she took special care to remove the lungs, making sure not to damage them. It turns out, human lungs were a particular delicacy for Tamara. She considered them her favorite food. Once the body was in several pieces, she took Valentina's head and placed it into a large stock pot on the stove. She filled it with water and turned on the burner, beginning to boil it. While the head and the carefully preserved lungs cooked, she took the rest of Valentina's remains. She cut them into the smallest pieces she could manage, then wrapped them in a shower curtain and stuffed them into various plastic bags. The process was long and physically demanding, but Tamara worked tirelessly through the early morning hours. With Valentina's head and lungs simmering on the stovetop, Tamara began the disposal. She started making trips, dozens of them, from the apartment high speed, down the stairs, and out the front door into the dark, silent streets of St. Petersburg. She carried the heavy bags one by one all the way down to a small lake near their apartment building, where she tossed them into the dark water. Back and forth she went, trip after trip, until most of the body parts were gone. Valentina's hips and legs, however, were apparently too heavy for her to carry all the way to the lake. So, for those, she took a different route, dragging them to a nearby patch of forest and leaving them there. Her final trip was perhaps the most macabre. She carried the big silver pot from the stove. Inside was what was left of Valentina's head, after Tamara had finished eating most of it. 4 days passed. Life in the apartment building went on as normal. Then, on July 27th, a young couple who lived in the same building as Tamara and Valentina decided to take their dog for a walk near the lake. As they strolled along the path, their dog suddenly took off running. It stopped in front of a large, bulky plastic bag that had washed up near the shore. The dog began sniffing and pawing at the bag, trying to get it open. The couple called for their dog, but it wouldn't budge. It was completely fixated on the mysterious package. Annoyed, the owners walked over to see what had captured their pet's attention. The man poked the bag with his foot. It was heavy, and it felt wrong. With a sense of dread, he managed to tear it open. Inside, they found a human torso. It was Valentina's. When the police arrived, one of the first things they did was canvass the apartment building to see if anyone was missing. They quickly learned that the victim was likely Valentina Olenova. They went to her apartment to investigate and were surprised to find Tamara Samsonova living there. They approached her gently, assuming she was a grieving friend or relative. They explained that Valentina had been found deceased and that they needed to search the apartment as part of the investigation. Tamara's reaction was completely bizarre. She was totally indifferent. There was no sadness, no shock, no fear. She just calmly allowed them in, as if she knew this day would eventually come. The search of the apartment didn't take long. The officers quickly found what they were looking for. There were specks of blood all over the bathroom. There was more blood in the kitchen. They found the hacksaw she had used, still bearing traces of blood and tissue. And then they found her diary. It was sitting on a table right next to a book about black magic and the occult. When the police opened the diary, they were horrified. It wasn't just a daily journal. It was a meticulous, detailed log of ritualistic killings that Tamara had apparently been carrying out for the past 20 years. The diary described 14 different murders. According to her own writings, almost all of the killings were motivated by her desire to cast spells she was learning from her books on black magic. These spells, she wrote, required specific human components like flesh or organs. So she would kill people, use their bodies for her rituals, and then afterwards she would consume parts of them. Not because the spell required it, but simply because she said she liked the taste of human flesh. And in particular, she noted, she loved the taste of human lungs. The police arrested Tamara on the spot. She didn't put up a fight. She didn't deny anything. She looked at the officers and said, "Yep, you got the right person. I did all this." During her trial, Tamara's behavior was a spectacle. She seemed to be in a great mood, often smiling. She told the judge, "I hope you give me a really severe punishment. I expect to die in prison." She was seen blowing kisses to the reporters in the courtroom gallery. It was as if she was completely detached from the reality of her horrific crimes, or perhaps she simply didn't care anymore. Tamara, who the press quickly nicknamed the Granny Ripper, was found guilty and given a life sentence. To this day, she remains in a high-security prison, one of Russia's most notorious and chilling serial killers. After spending 21 years serving in the U.S. Army, a man retired and decided to move his family to Central Florida. He, his wife, and their young son settled into a quiet life. They had plenty of money. He had his military pension coming in every month, and his wife still worked a full-time job. But after a lifetime of structure and activity in the military, he found retirement to be incredibly boring. He just wasn't the type to sit around the house all day. So, he decided he needed to find a simple job, something to keep him occupied and give him a reason to get out of the house. He ended up taking a job as a clerk at a gas station located right off a major highway. One of the main reasons he chose this particular job was because the owners were very laid back. They didn't mind if his son came to hang out with him during his shifts. So, for years, that became their routine. The man would work his shifts behind the cash register, and his son would tag along. Even as the boy grew into a teenager, when you'd think he'd want to be off with his friends, he still came along. The town they lived in was so small and quiet, there was really nothing else for him to do. So even well into his teenage years, the son would spend his evenings at the gas station with his dad. One night in 1990, the son, who was 15 years old at the time, was taking a break. He was sitting outside at a picnic table under the bright lights of the gas station's canopy. He was reading a magazine and drinking a Mountain Dew. It was a dark, quiet night. There were no cars at the pumps, no customers inside the store, and the highway itself was mostly empty. It was in this stillness that he noticed something out of the corner of his eye. A figure, a woman, was walking off the shoulder of the highway, heading directly toward the gas station. This immediately struck him as odd. He thought to himself, "No one ever walks to our gas station. We're on a highway. Everybody drives here." His logical conclusion was that her car must have broken down nearby, and she was coming to use their payphone to call for a tow truck. The woman continued walking across the large, empty parking lot, getting closer and closer. The boy had turned his attention back to his magazine for a moment, but he would say later that he kept looking up, keeping an eye on her. There was just something about her, something that felt off, but he couldn't put his finger on it. The woman walked right past the picnic table where he was sitting, not even acknowledging him. She didn't say hi, didn't make eye contact, just walked straight to the glass door and went inside the convenience store. From where the boy was sitting, the front of the store was all glass windows, so he had a clear view inside. He could see his father standing behind the counter, and he could see the top of the woman's head as she began to walk up and down the aisles. As soon as she was inside, the boy put his magazine down and just watched. He noticed she wasn't really shopping. She would walk down an aisle, look down at the shelves for a few seconds, but never pick anything up. Then she would look up towards the counter and just stare at his father for a moment before looking back down and moving to the next aisle. She did this over and over, circling the small store. At some point, the woman seemed to abandon this pretense of shopping and just walked directly up to the counter. There was still nobody else in the store, and the night was so quiet that the boy could fairly clearly hear her conversation with his father. He heard her tell his dad that her car had broken down and she needed a ride. Could he drive her to Ocala? That was the next big town north of their gas station. The boy would say later that his father's reaction was very strange. Normally, his dad was incredibly pleasant with all the customers. He was chatty and friendly with everyone who came in. But with this woman, his dad's tone was dismissive, almost rude. When she asked for a ride, he just gave a short, flat answer. No, I won't give you a ride. The woman was visibly annoyed by how quickly he had shut her down. But instead of just taking no for an answer, she did something strange. She turned and looked out the window, directly at the boy sitting on the picnic bench. He was looking right back at her. She pointed at the boy and said to his father, "What about him? Is he your son? Can he give me a ride?" The boy saw his father, who was out of the woman's direct line of sight, look at him and shake his head no very firmly. It was a clear signal. Whatever she wants from you, you say no. The boy was confused by all this. He was still trying to understand why his dad was being so hostile and unhelpful. The woman clearly needed help, or at least she claimed to. But he trusted his dad's judgment. He knew that if she came outside and asked him directly, he would say no. But it never came to that. The boy's father said to the woman in a firm, final tone, "No, my son is not going to give you a ride. You need to leave here immediately. Do not come back. Leave. We're not going to help you." The woman exploded in a fit of rage. She started cussing him out, screaming at him. She stormed towards the door, slammed it open, and stalked back out into the parking lot. She started cussing at the boy as she passed him. The whole time she was walking away, back towards the dark highway, she kept turning around, flipping them both off and screaming profanities. The father had come out from behind the counter and was now standing next to his son, watching her go. As she disappeared into the darkness, the boy turned to his dad and asked, what was her deal? Why did you not want to help her? The dad just shook his head. "I don't know," he said. "There was just something off about her. I can't explain it, but I did not want her around you. I knew I didn't want to give her a ride. I just knew she had to go." They didn't talk about it much after that. It was just a weird, uncomfortable encounter on an otherwise normal night. A year went by. The boy was in his room at home one evening when he heard his dad yelling from the living room, a sense of urgency in his voice. "Come in here! You have to see this! Look at the TV!" The boy ran into the living room, and on the television screen, there was a news report. And on the screen was a mugshot. It was the same woman from the gas station. Her name, the reporter said, was Aileen Wuornos. She was a serial killer who targeted men she met along the highways of Florida. The news report detailed how she would get her male victims to pick her up, often at gas stations, before robbing and killing them. The boy and his father stood there, staring at the screen in stunned silence. The chilling realization washed over them. It's unclear if the boy or his father were intended to be her next victims that night. But by the time she had walked into their gas station, she had already killed 4 men. And following that strange, tense interaction with them, she had gone on to kill 3 more people. One of those victims was found in Ocala, Florida, the very town she had asked them for a ride to. Aileen had been caught, which is why her face was on the news. She was later sentenced to death for her crimes. The boy and his father never forgot that night, the night a serial killer walked into their lives, and a father's unexplainable gut feeling may have saved them both. In the early evening of the 7th of May, 2008, a 65-year-old woman named Zvonka Telemakaska was in the kitchen of her small apartment in Kisevo, a quiet city in the southeastern European nation of North Macedonia. Kisevo is a peaceful place, nestled at the base of a huge mountain. It's beautiful, but also very remote. It's the kind of town where everybody knows everybody, and nothing of real note ever seems to happen. Zvonka worked as a cleaning lady to make ends meet. But on this particular day, she had the day off. She was just relaxing at home, waiting for her adult son, Zoran, to come over for dinner. It was a beautiful, warm spring evening, so Zvonka had the kitchen windows open as she moved about, preparing a simple meal for herself. At some point, her phone rang. She picked it up and answered, hearing the voice of a friend on the other end. But her friend's voice sounded strange. It was strained, panicked. The friend asked Zvonka if she was watching the news or listening to the radio. Zvonka said no and asked why. The friend then told her that there was a breaking news story all over the local channels. There had been a huge, terrible traffic accident right there in their town. And the friend said the reports were saying that Zvonka's son, Zoran, was involved. Zvonka let out a strangled cry. She dropped whatever she was holding, and without a second thought, she turned and ran out the front door of her apartment. As she burst outside, her next-door neighbor, who happened to be outside, saw her emerge looking frantic. The neighbor called out, "Hey, is everything okay?" Zvonka, who was already running towards the main road, just blurted out over her shoulder that her son was hurt and she was going to the hospital. The neighbor watched as Zvonka ran down the street, turned a corner, and disappeared from sight. Zvonka didn't own a car, so she was literally going to run all the way to the hospital to get to her son. A little while later, that same neighbor heard a knock on their door. The neighbor went and opened it and was completely shocked by who was standing on the doorstep. It was Zvonka's son, Zoran. He didn't have a scratch on him and didn't appear to be hurt in any way. Before the neighbor could even process what was happening, Zoran, who looked visibly confused, asked, "Hey, have you seen my mom? We were supposed to meet for dinner, and it's totally unlike her to just disappear without telling me where she was going." The neighbor just stared at Zoran for a second, trying to make sense of the situation. Then the neighbor asked, "Wait a minute, Zoran, were you in a car accident?" Zoran just looked back at them, completely bewildered. "No," he said. "What are you talking about?" The neighbor then explained what had happened just a short while ago. They told him how his mother had run out of her house in a panic, saying he had been in an accident and that she was running to the hospital. Now, it was Zoran's turn to be confused. He pulled out his phone and immediately called the local hospital to see if his mother was there. But when the hospital staff answered, they told Zoran 2 things. First, his mother was not there. She hadn't been there at all that day. And second, while they had heard rumors about a car accident in town, no victims from any such accident had been brought to the hospital. By the end of the night, Zoran had no idea where his mother was, what had happened to her, or what this whole story about a car accident was about. He did the only thing he could think to do. He went to the police and reported his mother, Zvonka, missing. 9 days later, on May 16th, Zvonka was still missing. The police had no leads, no new information, nothing. On that day, a 5-6-year-old local reporter named Vlado Teneski, who happened to live not far from Zvonka, got a call from one of his confidential sources inside the police department. The source told him something that wasn't yet public information. Zvonka had just been found. And unfortunately, she was dead. Her body, which had been brutally beaten, strangled, and stabbed, had been found wrapped in plastic bags and dumped in an illegal garbage dump not far from the town's football stadium. The source also told Vlado that when her body was found, she still had her valuables on her, which seemed to rule out robbery as a motive. This was the part that puzzled the police. When they had started looking into Zvonka's life, they discovered she was just a poor, elderly cleaning lady. She had no known enemies. It made absolutely no sense that she would be the victim of such a brutal, personal, and violent murder that wasn't financially motivated. Vlado thanked his source for the information and hung up the phone. His source had sounded completely shocked by the murder, but Vlado wasn't so much shocked as he was suspicious. He felt like something about the official story was off. Maybe on the surface, Zvonka was just a poor cleaning lady with no enemies, but maybe she was leading a secret life that got her killed. Or maybe she had stumbled onto something she wasn't supposed to see. Vlado had no idea, but his reporter's intuition was telling him there was a much bigger story here and it needed to be investigated. Vlado had a reputation in Kisevo for being an aggressive, fearless journalist. He wasn't afraid to dive headfirst into murky stories involving corruption or abuse of power. He would regularly publish articles that were highly critical of the government, the police, or anyone in a position of authority. As a result, over his 30-year career, he had been threatened with violence many times for the things he had written. But even though Vlado knew this Zvonka murder case had the potential to put him in hot water again, he felt it was his duty to get to the truth. Feeling determined, Vlado grabbed his notebook and pen, walked out of his house, and made the short walk over to Zvonka's apartment. When he got there, her son, Zoran, opened the door. Soon, the two men were sitting in the kitchen, and Zoran was telling Vlado the whole strange story. He told him about the planned dinner, about finding his mom gone, and about the neighbor's bizarre story of her running to the hospital because of a non-existent car accident. As Zoran spoke, Vlado took meticulous notes, asking pointed follow-up questions. By the end of the interview, Vlado felt like he had a pretty good working theory about what had really happened to Zvonka. And the key to his theory was something Zoran had told him about his mother, that she was a cleaning lady. It took Vlado a couple of days to put his story together. He interviewed dozens more people in the neighborhood. Finally, on May 19th, just 3 days after Zvonka's body was found, Vlado published his story in the newspaper. The headline was "Explosive: A Serial Killer Stalks Kisevo." In the article, Vlado argued that Zvonka's murder was very likely not an isolated killing. Instead, he wrote, her murder was probably linked to the murders of 2 other women in their town. And these 2 other victims looked an awful lot like Zvonka. Not just in appearance, but in their lives. They were also poor older women who worked as cleaning ladies. This was the connection Vlado had made while interviewing Zoran. When Zoran described his mother, her age, and her profession, Vlado's mind had immediately gone to these other unsolved cases. The other 2 victims were 6-4-year-old Mitra Simjanoska, who was murdered in 2005, and 5-6-year-old Lujubika Lakoska, who was murdered in 2007. Vlado's story was a bombshell. It was the first time anyone had publicly suggested that a serial killer was operating in their quiet little town. But the story was also explosive for another reason. Vlado was intensely critical of the police. He pointed out that the murders in 2005 and 2007 had been completely mishandled. An arrest had even been made in one of the cases, but clearly, Vlado argued, they had arrested the wrong person because the killer was still out there. When the police read Vlado's story, they were furious with him for his public criticism. However, they also had to admit that Vlado had uncovered a lot of details from his interviews that did seem to point towards the possibility of a serial killer. So, based almost entirely on Vlado's reporting, the police officially linked all 3 murders and began a new, high-priority investigation into a potential serial killer in their midst. But at the same time, Vlado began to notice something strange. He was being followed. Wherever he went in town to do his job, there would be a police officer standing somewhere in the distance, just watching him. Vlado figured this was their way of intimidating him, a form of blowback for his critical article. He just accepted it as part of the job and continued his work. By early June, about 2 weeks after Zvonka's body was found, the police's new serial killer investigation had narrowed its suspect pool from hundreds of people down to just 3. They felt they were very close to making an arrest. About a month later, on June 20th, Vlado was still being tailed by police, and the police had not made any public statements about the case. That day, Vlado's editor at the newspaper got a call from a police officer. The officer told the editor that they were about to make an arrest in the serial killer case. As soon as the call ended, the editor tried to phone Vlado to give him the scoop. But Vlado didn't pick up, which was very unusual. Vlado always answered his phone. The editor also thought it was strange that the police source had called him, the editor, instead of Vlado, the reporter who had broken the story wide open. The editor tried calling Vlado several more times, but he never answered. The editor eventually just assumed that Vlado must have already heard about the imminent arrest from his own sources and was probably already on scene, ready to report on it. Meanwhile, on a quiet street in Kosovo, police had surrounded a modest 2-story home. It was overgrown with tall fir trees, and all the windows were covered with heavy drapes. Once the house was completely surrounded, a team of officers walked up to the front porch, knocked loudly on the door, and yelled for whoever was inside to come out with their hands up. For a moment, there was just tense silence. Then, the officers on the porch heard footsteps inside. They readied their weapons. The door slowly opened, and a man, who seemed unthreatening and confused, stepped out onto the porch. The police immediately arrested him and took him away. A few minutes later, back at the newspaper office, Vlado's editor got another phone call. It was the same police officer. This time, the officer was calling to say that the arrest had been made. They had caught their serial killer. Then, he told the editor the name of the person they had arrested. When the editor heard the name, he dropped the phone in shock. The serial killer was Vlado Tedeschi. It turned out that while Vlado appeared professional and calm on the outside, he was filled with an inner rage, specifically directed at his own mother, who had died in 2002 and who he viewed as a cruel and terrible person. After her death, he became obsessed with getting some kind of twisted revenge on her memory. His method was to find and kill random women who reminded him of his mother, poor, older, and working as cleaning ladies. All 3 of his victims, Mitra, Ljubika, and Zvonka, had actually known Vlado's mother personally. He had used that connection to gain each woman's trust before luring them to their deaths. Vlado had manipulated the entire narrative. In his explosive newspaper story, he had made things up to throw the police off his trail. For example, he invented a witness who claimed to have seen Zvonka get into a car with 2 men right before she vanished. That was a complete lie. He was also the one who had planted the fake story on the radio about Zoran's car accident. He had called his former colleagues at the radio station, and they had trusted him and broadcast the story without fact-checking. It was a deliberate, calculated trap to lure Zvonka out of her home. But what ultimately got Vlado caught was his own arrogance. In the very article that made him famous, he included specific details about the crime scenes that the police had never released to the public. For example, Vlado wrote that all 3 victims had been strangled with telephone cords that were left at the scene. This was a detail only the killer could have known. When the police read that, they immediately became suspicious of Vlado. The police officers who Vlado thought were tailing him to intimidate him were actually tailing him because he was their prime suspect. Eventually, they covertly obtained a DNA sample from him, and it was a match to evidence found at the crime scenes. He was the killer. After his arrest, Vlado was charged with 2 of the murders, and police were preparing to charge him with the 3rd, and were even looking into a possible 4th victim. But on June 23rd, just 3 days after his arrest, Vlado was found dead in his jail cell. The circumstances were bizarre. He had apparently drowned in a small bucket of water. There were 3 other inmates in the cell with him, all of whom claimed they didn't see or hear a thing. Officially, Vlado's death was ruled a suicide. And with his death, all of the murder investigations were closed forever. On a late winter afternoon in 1985, a Canadian border security guard stood at his post, watching the line of cars waiting to cross from New York State into Ontario, Canada. As he looked out at the faces of the travelers, he felt a heavy sense of responsibility. His job wasn't just about checking passports and asking about declared goods. It was about being a gatekeeper, about making sure that dangerous criminals from the United States didn't use Canada as a hiding place. And on this particular day, there was one very specific, very dangerous criminal he was on high alert for. His name was Alex Mangal. He was 30 years old. Just a few days earlier, Alex Mangal had been pulled over for a routine traffic stop by a police officer near New York City. During that stop, things had gone horribly wrong. Alex had somehow managed to get the officer's gun, and he had shot the officer in the head, killing him instantly. Alex then fled the scene and had been on the run ever since. Law enforcement on both sides of the border was on high alert. New York was only a 6-hour drive from the Canadian border, and authorities were deeply concerned that Alex would try to slip into Canada to escape. So, an alert had been sent out to all border security personnel. They were to be on the lookout for a 30-year-old white man with thinning brown hair and a wispy mustache. All day long, that Canadian border guard scrutinized every person who drove up to his checkpoint. He looked closely at every driver, every passenger. He saw a family on their way to visit relatives. He saw a young couple who said they were on their honeymoon. He saw a man whose car was packed to the brim with camping supplies. He saw a middle-aged woman traveling by herself. He saw dozens of different people from all walks of life. But none of them matched the description of Alex Mangal. By the end of his long shift, after checking car after car, he felt confident that the cop killer had not passed through his checkpoint. He clocked out and went home. A few days later, on March 2nd, a police officer was on patrol in a large shopping mall parking lot in Ontario, Canada, about an hour and a half's drive from the border. As he was making his rounds, he noticed a particular car, a white Toyota, that seemed to be just loitering in the area for a long time. His suspicion piqued. He decided to drive over and check it out. As he pulled up alongside the Toyota, he looked inside and saw someone sitting in the passenger seat. It was a white man who looked to be in his 30s, with thinning brown hair and a wispy mustache. The officer immediately recognized him from the wanted posters. It was Alex Mangal. The officer grabbed his radio and called for backup, then he parked his cruiser, got out, and with his gun drawn, he cautiously approached the white Toyota. As he got closer to the passenger side door, the man inside turned and saw him. In a flash, the man jumped over into the driver's seat, fired up the engine, and the Toyota screeched out of the parking spot, speeding away. The officer sprinted back to his car and took off in pursuit. Within minutes, it seemed like the entire Toronto police force had joined the high-speed chase. They managed to funnel the fleeing car down a dead-end street. The white Toyota crashed into a stop sign, and the man with the mustache and thinning brown hair jumped out. At that point, cornered and with nowhere to go, he gave up without a fight. He was taken into custody. Law enforcement was incredibly relieved to have the dangerous cop killer in custody. But they were also completely baffled. How did Alex Mangal get past border security? Every single guard was on high alert, looking for a man with his exact description. How did he slip through? The police had no answers until they searched the white Toyota that Alex had been driving. Here is what they figured out. On the night Alex shot and killed the police officer, he had fled into a nearby wooded area and hidden there overnight. The next day, he was walking around and happened to pass by a commercial building. He saw a middle-aged woman named Beverly Capone come out of the building and walk towards her car in the otherwise empty parking lot. Alex approached her, abducted her at gunpoint, and forced her to drive to an isolated cabin he knew of deep in the woods. Once they were there, he murdered her. And then, he did something truly monstrous. After she was dead, he stole her clothes and put them on. And then, he cut off her face and her scalp, and he wore them as a mask and a wig. He was literally wearing her skin and her hair. Dressed as a middle-aged woman, he got into her white Toyota and drove the 6 hours north to the Canadian border. He pulled up to the checkpoint and he got through without anyone giving him a second look. It turned out that the Canadian border security guard, who had been so diligently looking for Alex Mangal all day, had in fact seen Alex Mangal. He just didn't recognize him. Because when Alex Mangal drove up to the checkpoint, he was wearing Beverly Capone's face, her hair, and her clothes. The guard saw what he believed was just a middle-aged woman traveling alone, and he waved him through into Canada. The police pieced this all together when they searched the white Toyota after his arrest. Lying on the floorboard of the car, they found Beverly's dress, her scalp, and her face. Alex was deported back to the United States to stand trial for the murder of the police officer. However, before he could face justice, he attempted to escape from a prison transport vehicle. In the ensuing chaos, he was shot and killed by police. But that wasn't the end of Alex's story. Following his death, investigators continued to look into his past and search his property. During one of these searches, they made a disturbing discovery. They found a collection of photographs of unidentified women, along with several maps of New York and Pennsylvania. On these maps, various isolated remote locations were circled. No one knows what these maps or photos mean. Police have never been able to conclusively link Alex to any other murders, but he remains a person of interest in several unsolved disappearance cases. In fact, many investigators believe that Alex Mangal wasn't just a cop killer. They believe he was actually a serial killer. But because he took all of his secrets to the grave, we will probably never know for sure how many people he actually killed. On the morning of the 2nd of February 2012, a young man pulled his car off a 4-lane highway in Anchorage, Alaska, and into a large, snowy parking lot. He drove past dozens of parked cars until he reached a small, standalone shack that was painted a bright teal color. This was a popular drive-through coffee shop called Common Grounds, and the young man worked there as a barista. After he parked, he walked up to the white employee entrance door, pulled out his key, and went to unlock it. But as he turned the key, he realized the door was already unlocked. He knew the person who had worked the closing shift the previous night. It was an 18-year-old girl named Samantha Koenig. She had only been working at Common Grounds for about a month, but she always seemed very responsible. She had never forgotten to lock up before. The young man shrugged it off. People make mistakes. He pushed the door open and went inside. Right away, he noticed that things seemed out of place. The small kiosk was a mess. It looked like Samantha had just left in the middle of her shift without cleaning up at all. There were napkins scattered on the floor, used towels were left out on the counter, and dirty cups were still sitting by the espresso machine. As the young man walked over to the cash register to get it ready for the morning rush, he tried to run through scenarios in his head that could explain why Samantha had been so sloppy. He reached down with his key to unlock the cash register, and just like the front door, it was already unlocked. He pulled out the cash tray. All the money was gone. And that's when it hit him. They had been robbed. He immediately picked up the phone and called his boss. The night before, Samantha had arranged for her boyfriend, Dwayne, to pick her up after her shift ended. Dwayne arrived at the Common Grounds kiosk at around 8:30 p.m., which was 30 minutes after her shift was supposed to be over. He had gotten held up at his own job, which was why he was late. When he pulled into the parking lot, he looked around for Samantha but didn't see her anywhere. The coffee shack itself was completely dark. It looked like it had been closed up for the night. Dwayne got out of his truck and walked through the freezing cold air up to the kiosk's service window. He pressed his face against the cold glass and peered inside, but he couldn't see anyone. His mind immediately went to the fight they'd had earlier that night over text message. She had accused him of cheating on her, and he had been dismissive about it, which had led to a really ugly argument. As Dwayne walked back to his truck, he thought to himself, maybe Samantha just didn't want to see him because of the fight. Maybe she had called her dad or a friend to get a ride home at the end of her shift, and that's why she wasn't here waiting for him. He got back inside his truck and sent a text message to Samantha asking if she was okay and if she had gotten home. But after several minutes passed with no response, his worry started to grow. Even though they were fighting, he cared deeply about her. He decided he had to go by her house just to make sure she was there and that she was safe. A few minutes later, he pulled up to her house and knocked on the door. Her father, James, a single dad, answered. Dwayne explained that he couldn't find Samantha after her shift and was just checking to see if she was home. But James said, "She's not here. I haven't spoken to her. I have no idea where she is." The two men went into James's kitchen and sat down at the table. They both started calling and texting Samantha, trying to figure out where she was. After a couple of minutes, Dwayne's phone lit up. It was a text message from Samantha's number. The message made it clear that she was still very angry with him. It said that she needed some time to think and that she was going to stay with some friends for a couple of days. It also asked if he, Dwayne, would please let her father know where she was. Dwayne showed the text message to James. Samantha's father read it and immediately felt that something was wrong. This was very uncharacteristic of his daughter. He had raised Samantha on his own since she was 2 years old, and they were incredibly close. They told each other everything. It made no sense that she wouldn't contact him directly to say she was going to be with friends. And it made even less sense that she would be ignoring all of his worried phone calls and text messages. The two men stayed up late into the night, calling and texting, hoping for another message from Samantha, but she never responded again. The following morning, with still no word from his daughter, James went to the Anchorage Police Department and filed a missing person report. After receiving the report, an Anchorage police officer called the owner of the Common Grounds coffee shop to ask about Samantha. The owner said that, coincidentally, she had just gotten a call from her morning barista informing her that the kiosk had been robbed overnight and that no one had been able to get in touch with Samantha. The owner told the officer that as soon as she could get the security footage from the previous night, she would send it over to the police. While they waited for the footage, some officers started calling Samantha's friends and family, but no one had seen or heard from her. Other officers went to the Common Grounds kiosk to investigate the scene. They found no signs of a struggle either inside or outside the small building. They also noted that there was a silent panic button located under the counter, which had not been pressed. So, even though Samantha's father felt that her final text message was strange, the police began to operate under the initial theory that Samantha had robbed the kiosk herself and had run away. But this theory had problems. What confounded the police was how Samantha would have physically left the area. She didn't have a car that night, and the weather was brutally cold, far too cold to have just walked away. Anchorage isn't a very walkable city to begin with. And if she really was just taking a few days to be with friends, why did none of her friends know where she was? This question was answered later that day when the owner of the coffee shop sent over the security footage. The footage, which had no audio, started around 8 p.m. on February 1st, the night Samantha went missing. It showed Samantha inside the kiosk, working alone. She seemed cheerful, busy, serving customers. Then, at some point, someone who is just out of the camera's view comes up to the window and orders a drink. Samantha turns to them, acknowledges the order, and then turns her back to make the drink. When she finishes, she turns back to the window to hand it to the person, and in that instant, her entire demeanor changes. She immediately steps back and puts her hands up in the air. A few seconds later, she reaches over and turns off all the lights inside the kiosk, plunging the interior into darkness. Then, she gets down on her knees with her back to the window. She stays in that position, unmoving, for about a minute. Then, she slowly stands up and walks towards the cash register. She opens it, scoops out all the money, walks back to the window, and appears to hand the cash to a shadowy figure on the other side. Then, Samantha turns and kneels down again, with her back to the window. 2 more minutes pass. Then, the person outside the window leans their entire upper body through the small service window. They reach down and appear to be tying Samantha's hands behind her back. Because it was so dark inside the kiosk, the footage is extremely grainy, making it impossible to identify the person. But it's clearly a male, wearing a large hooded sweatshirt with the hood up and a hat pulled down low over his face. After he's finished tying Samantha's hands, the man leaps entirely through the window, landing inside the kiosk. He then shuts the window behind him. He pulls Samantha to her feet, puts what looks like a gun into her back, and marches her towards the employee door. He leads her out the door, across the snowy parking lot, to a white pickup truck. He puts her inside, and they drive off into the night. Over the next couple of days, the police and the FBI, who were now involved, hit one dead end after another. They had no physical evidence, no fingerprints, nothing. All they had was the grainy surveillance footage that didn't show the kidnapper's face. Meanwhile, Samantha's father, James, rallied the entire city of Anchorage to help search for his daughter. His passionate efforts attracted national news coverage, and soon Samantha's story was everywhere. Strangers donated thousands of dollars to a reward fund for information leading to her whereabouts. But despite the growing reward and the national media attention, no one came forward with any useful information. And there was still no word from Samantha or her captor. Then, on February 24th, 3 weeks after Samantha had been taken, Dwayne got another text message from her phone. It directed him to a specific sign in a nearby public park. Dwayne and James immediately shared the text with the police and then raced to the park, actually getting there about 15 minutes before the authorities. They walked through the gates, down a main trail, and stopped in front of the sign. It was a community bulletin board, and tacked to the board was a Ziploc bag. Inside the bag was a typed ransom note. And Xeroxed onto the note was a black and white photo of Samantha. In the photo, Samantha looked dazed. She had a blank expression on her face, and she wasn't looking directly at the camera, but just off to the side. In the photo, a man's hand was visible, holding up a copy of the Anchorage Daily News newspaper, dated the 13th of February, 2012. It was a proof-of-life photo. Her captor was proving that she was still alive as of 11 days ago. For James and everyone involved, this was a small, agonizing bit of relief. At least, she had been alive last week. The ransom note demanded that James deposit $30,000 into his daughter's bank account. If he did, she would be released 6 months later. On the advice of the FBI, James deposited a small portion of the ransom money into Samantha's account. Then, the FBI just waited and watched. They knew that if anyone tried to use her debit card, they could track the location of the transaction. A few days later, 3 separate withdrawals were made from ATMs within Anchorage. Each time, the FBI was notified and rushed to the location, but whoever was making the withdrawals was long gone by the time they arrived. Security footage from the ATMs showed a man wearing a ski mask and large sunglasses, making it impossible to identify him. After those 3 withdrawals, the account went silent for over a week. There was still no word from Samantha. Then, on March 7th, more withdrawals were made, but this time they were in Arizona, then Mexico, and then Texas. Again, authorities would rush to the ATMs, but they were always just a few minutes too late. But this time, they got a break. In one of the surveillance videos from a Texas ATM, they spotted the car the masked man got into before he drove away. It was a small white sedan, a Ford Focus, and they saw him get on a highway heading east. An alert was put out to law enforcement in that part of Texas to be on the lookout for that car. On March 13th, a Texas state trooper spotted the white Ford Focus parked in a hotel parking lot. He waited nearby. A short time later, a man in his 30S came out of a hotel room, walked to the car, and got in. The trooper followed him as he pulled out onto the road. He was looking for any reason to pull him over. He clocked the car with his radar gun and saw it was going 2 miles per hour over the speed limit. That was enough. He flipped on his lights and pulled the car over. The trooper walked up to the driver's side window. The man inside was calm. The trooper asked for his license. The man handed him an Alaska driver's license. His name was Israel Keys. He was 34 years old, and he lived in Anchorage. The trooper knew this was their guy. He called for backup, and soon, Keys was in custody. A search of his car turned up a ski mask, clothes that matched the description from the ATM videos, a gun, Samantha's cell phone, and her debit card. After his arrest, Keys initially denied any involvement in Samantha's disappearance. But when presented with the overwhelming evidence against him, he caved. He said he would tell them the whole story of what happened to Samantha, but only if they met his demands: an Americano coffee, a peanut butter Snickers bar, and a cigar. Once the investigators provided these items, he began to talk. And the story he told was so disturbing, so graphically violent, that the FBI has still not released the full transcript of his confession to the public. Here is what happened, based on the details that have been made public. On February 1st, Israel Keys had decided to rob the Common Grounds coffee kiosk. He walked up to the window expecting to find a teenager working inside, and he was right. It was Samantha. He ordered an Americano. But as she turned her back to make his drink, his plan suddenly changed. He wasn't just going to steal money. He was going to steal Samantha. When she turned back and handed him the drink, he pulled out his gun and told her it was a robbery. He forced her to turn off the lights, get on the ground, and hand over the money. Then he tied her hands, jumped inside the kiosk, stuffed napkins in her mouth to keep her quiet, and marched her out to his truck. Once they were in the vehicle, he told her that if she tried to escape or scream, he would kill her. He said she was very obedient and composed, despite being terrified. Keys then took her phone and sent the text message to her boyfriend, Dwayne, creating the lie that she was with friends. He told Samantha he was holding her for ransom. She told him her family was poor and they wouldn't be able to pay much. Keys replied, "Don't worry, they'll find a way." He drove around Anchorage for hours, then eventually went back to his own house. He made Samantha lie down in the back seat and covered her with tarps, telling her he would kill her if she moved. Then he went inside his house, where his 10-year-old daughter and his girlfriend were fast asleep. He was scheduled to leave with his daughter in just a few hours for a 2-week-long luxury cruise to New Orleans. Keys went back out to his truck, put a blindfold on Samantha, and led her to a shed in his backyard. Inside, he sat her on a bucket and tied a rope around her neck, anchoring it to the wall behind her so she couldn't move. He cranked up a radio to mask any noise she might make, and told her again that he would kill her if she screamed. He gave her a couple of cigarettes and told her everything was going to be fine, that as soon as he got the ransom money, he would let her go. He turned on a couple of space heaters to keep her from freezing, then he left and locked the shed door. He went back inside, had some wine, and then a little while later went back out to the shed with a cup of water for her. He told investigators that Samantha asked him if he had spoken to her father about the ransom. Keys lied and said yes, that everything was going according to plan. Then, in a moment of unimaginable cruelty, he untied her wrists and took the rope from around her neck. For a brief second, Samantha must have thought her nightmare was over. But then, Keys grabbed her and tied her up again, much more tightly this time. He told investigators he just wanted to see the look on her face when she realized she was never going to be let go. He said that as he was tying her up the second time, she had a look of total resignation. She knew what was about to happen. After tying her up, he went back inside one last time to make sure his daughter and girlfriend were still asleep. They were. He went back to the shed. He assaulted Samantha. Afterwards, as he was getting dressed, she looked up at him and asked, "Are you going to kill me?" He said, "Yes, I am." Shortly before 4 a.m., he killed her. He told investigators she never made a sound. After she was dead, he left her body in the shed, went inside his house, and took a shower. Then he woke up his daughter and told her to get ready for their trip. While she was getting ready, he went back out to the shed, rolled Samantha's body in a tarp, and pushed it into a corner. He turned off the heaters and the music, locked the shed, and went back inside to make his daughter breakfast. At 5 a.m., a taxi picked them up, and they left for the airport to begin their 2-week vacation. When he returned from the cruise, Keys went back into the shed. He unrolled Samantha's body from the tarp. He then dressed her in new clothes, applied makeup to her face, braided her hair, and then used thread to stitch her eyelids open to make it look like she was alive and alert in a photograph. He held up the newspaper next to her and took the picture that would become the proof-of-life photo in the ransom note. After that, he dismembered her body and dumped the pieces in a frozen lake nearby. It turned out Samantha was not Israel Keys' first victim. He was a prolific serial killer who preyed on completely random people for the thrill of it. For years, he had been burying kill kits all over the United States. These were caches filled with guns, zip ties, and tools for disposing of bodies. This way, no matter where he was in the country, if he got the urge to kill, he could just dig up his nearest kit and go hunting for a random stranger. He told investigators that the moment he saw Samantha in the coffee kiosk, he knew he was going to kill her. The robbery, the ransom, it was all just an elaborate lie to control her and give her false hope. Keyes admitted to killing Samantha and an older couple in Vermont, but in December of 2012, before he could name any of his other victims, he took his own life in his jail cell. To this day, no one knows for sure how many people Israel Keyes killed. The best guess, based on a drawing of 11 skulls that he made in his cell, is at least 11. But it's just a guess. The true number of his victims is a secret he took to the grave. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. On a sunny afternoon in June of 2005, a 57-year-old truck driver named Jack Reed took a sip of his margarita at a barbecue in a park in Derry, New Hampshire. Jack didn't usually drink, but this was a special occasion. He was celebrating his daughter Megan's high school graduation, and for Jack, this was a massive deal. He had grown up in the foster care system with absolutely nothing. Every dollar he earned, every long day behind the wheel of a truck, had been for one reason: to make sure his children had a better life than he did. So seeing Megan graduate, seeing her make good choices and finish school, filled him with an immense sense of pride. At that moment, sitting in the warm summer sun surrounded by his family, Jack felt like all of his years of hard work had finally meant something. What he didn't know was that within a few weeks, he would vanish without a trace. He looked over at one of the picnic tables. Megan was sitting there, laughing with her brother, Jack Jr. Their mother, Virginia, was there too. Even though Jack and Virginia weren't together anymore, they had remained on good terms. He was genuinely glad that the whole family could be there to celebrate Megan's big day. But then, Jack's good mood shifted slightly. He tensed up as he saw someone walking across the grass toward their table. It was Megan's boyfriend, Walter. Megan and Walter had recently moved in together, and Jack was not thrilled about it at all. It wasn't that he had a specific problem with Walter as a person, but his daughter was only 18 years old. In Jack's mind, she was far too young to be living with a boyfriend. But Jack knew this wasn't the time to start an argument. He didn't want to ruin the celebration. So instead, he stood up, walked over to Walter, and pulled him into a friendly hug. Then the two of them sat down with the rest of the family, and for a little while, everything seemed perfectly normal. Until Jack disappeared. That evening, after the party had wound down, Jack drove his car home. He made a stop at a gas station along the way. He parked at the pump, went inside, and passed the cashier a few bills. He needed a tank of gas, and while he was there, he bought a lottery ticket. Jack was a regular lottery player. He'd never won anything significant, but he always held on to the hope that one day his luck would change. He dreamed of hitting the jackpot and striking it rich. He put the ticket into his pocket, went back outside, and filled up his car. From there, he drove the last few blocks to his home. It was a trailer parked behind a large warehouse on the edge of town. One of the main reasons Jack chose to live there was the space. There was plenty of room to park all of his work vehicles, which was essential for his business. This included his large, distinctive red and black dump truck. After years of working for other people as a truck driver, Jack had managed to build his own trucking business from the ground up. He did all sorts of jobs, from garbage removal to moving services and other odd jobs that required a big truck. He was making a decent living, but he was still very frugal. He lived in his rented trailer so he could save as much money as possible for his retirement. His ultimate goal was to save up enough so that in a couple of years, once Jack Jr. was done with school, he could finally leave the cold, harsh New Hampshire winters behind. He dreamed of moving to sunny, beautiful Las Vegas. He'd gotten the idea a couple of years earlier when he'd done a moving job for a local self-made millionaire. The man was moving from New Hampshire to Las Vegas, and Jack had been so impressed by his success. He saw the millionaire as a symbol of what was possible, and he truly believed that if he just worked hard enough, or maybe got lucky enough with one of his lottery tickets, he could follow that same path to wealth and a comfortable retirement. Jack got out of his car and walked over to his trailer. He opened the door, stepped inside, and flipped on the lights. He was just about to sit down and take off his shoes when he heard a noise outside. His body went rigid. He immediately went to the window, pulled back the curtains, and peered out into the dark woods behind the property. He scanned the tree line, but he couldn't see anything. Still, his heart was racing. He had to take a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Almost 2 years before, there had been an incident. Jack had heard someone creeping around outside his trailer late at night. He'd grabbed his gun and gone out to confront them. He saw a man standing at the edge of the woods, just staring. The man had looked right at him and had even called out his name, which was the most unsettling part. Panicked, Jack had actually fired his gun at the man, who then turned and ran away into the woods. He never came back, and Jack never found out who he was or what he wanted. As far as Jack knew, he didn't have any enemies. The encounter made no sense at all. But because the strange man was never caught, Jack remained on edge. Any strange noise he heard outside his trailer at night brought that memory rushing back. Now, as he looked out the window and felt sure that there was nobody there, Jack let the curtains fall back into place. He took the lottery ticket out of his pocket, sat down at his small table, and started scratching off the silver foil with a coin. One by one, the numbers were revealed. He wasn't a winner this time. But it didn't dampen his mood. He tossed the ticket in the trash. There was always next time. He knew, or at least he hoped, that his lucky break was just around the corner. A couple of weeks later, on the morning of Monday, June 27th, Jack climbed up into the cab of his dump truck and rolled down the windows. It was already getting hot outside, and he was on his way to the only job he had lined up for the day. It was a simple trash disposal gig that would probably only take a few hours. He started the truck, and just as he was pulling out onto the road, his cell phone rang. He answered it. A man's voice on the other end said his name was Charlie. Charlie said he'd heard that Jack hauled stuff away and that he had a new barn that really needed to be cleaned out. He asked if Jack could do it. Jack said, sure. He told Charlie he could actually do it that very afternoon. He grabbed his logbook from the passenger seat, flipped to a blank page, and scribbled down the details. He wrote down the name Charlie and an address in Deerfield, which was almost 30 miles away. Jack told Charlie he would call him as soon as he was on his way, and then the two men hung up. Around 3 o'clock that afternoon, Jack was driving his dump truck down a very secluded 2-lane road in Deerfield. It was sweltering outside. The air was thick and humid. He was already exhausted and dripping with sweat from the trash disposal job he'd done that morning. He had no idea what to expect from this barn cleaning job with this guy Charlie, but he was hoping it wouldn't take too long. Jack slowed the truck as the trees to his right parted, revealing a gravel driveway. He turned onto the driveway, and a few seconds later, he pulled up in front of a white 2-story house with a big barn out back. Jack parked his dump truck, got out, and walked up to the front door. He rang the doorbell, and a moment later, the door opened. 2 days later, on the afternoon of June 29th, Jack's daughter Megan and her boyfriend Walter walked up to the front door of Jack's trailer. The first thing Megan noticed was that her dad's big red and black dump truck was not parked in its usual spot. That seemed wrong. An immediate knot formed in her stomach. About an hour earlier, Megan had gotten a call from her mother, Virginia. She said that Jack hadn't shown up for a job that morning and, more concerning, he wasn't answering his phone. This was completely out of character for him. So Megan had told her mom that she and Walter would go over to his trailer and make sure everything was okay. Initially, Megan had just assumed her dad had overslept or maybe even forgotten about the job. But now, seeing that the dump truck was gone, it looked like he had actually left for work. But if he'd left for work, why hadn't he shown up? And why wasn't he answering his phone? Nonetheless, Megan knocked on the trailer door just to be absolutely sure her dad wasn't home. There was no answer. At this point, Megan's worry started to escalate. She called her mom back to tell her that Jack wasn't there and that his truck was gone. She admitted to her mom that she was starting to get really worried. A few minutes later, Virginia pulled up in her car. Megan, Walter, and Virginia stayed there right outside the trailer for the rest of the afternoon. They kept hoping that maybe Jack would just show up at some point, that there was a simple explanation for all of this. They called his phone over and over and over again, but every single time it went straight to voicemail. Finally, around 6:30 in the evening, when they still hadn't seen or heard anything from Jack, they decided it was time to call the police. On Tuesday, July 5th, 6 days after Jack was reported missing by his family, Derry Police Detective Mike Hoole pulled into the parking lot of a Target store. He wasn't in Derry anymore. He was about an hour's drive south in Saugus, Massachusetts. Hoole drove his car slowly, methodically moving through the rows of parked cars, keeping his eyes peeled for one particular vehicle. He was in charge of Jack's missing persons case, which, so far, had not gone anywhere. According to Jack's family, the last time anyone had definitely seen or heard from him was on June 27th, 2 full days before he was even reported missing. But his family couldn't think of anywhere he might have gone, or anyone who might want to hurt him. So initially, Hoole had figured that Jack might have just driven off for some time alone. He thought he would probably come home sooner or later. But that morning, he'd gotten another call from Jack's daughter, Megan. She told him that the family had been putting up missing person posters all over town. Someone had seen one of the posters and called her. This person claimed they had seen Jack's dump truck parked at this specific Target in Saugus, more than 40 miles away from Derry. The tip was unusual enough that Hoole decided he should drive out and take a look for himself. And now, as he slowly made his way towards the back of the sprawling parking lot, he saw it. A red and black dump truck parked near the far corner. Hoole stopped his car, got out, and walked over to take a closer look. Right away, he saw the license plate. It matched. This was definitely Jack's truck. Hoole peered in through the driver's side window. He didn't see anyone inside. But then he noticed something else. There were flies, dozens of them, buzzing around the back of the truck, around the open bed of the dump truck. Whatever was in there, the flies were very attracted to it. And there was also a smell. A rotten, awful smell was wafting out from the back of the truck. Hoole put on a pair of latex gloves and climbed up the side of the dump truck to look into the bed. The bed of the truck was covered by a large tarp. Hoole grabbed a corner of the tarp and pulled it back. But he still couldn't see what was underneath. Whatever was in the bed of the truck was also wrapped in a thick layer of plastic, and there was a lot of it. So he pulled out a small knife from his pocket and began carefully cutting through the plastic. Less than an hour later, Detective Hoole stood by as workers from the medical examiner's office loaded Jack's body, still wrapped in all that plastic, into their van. Hoole desperately wanted to get a look at the body to try and figure out how Jack had died. But that would have required cutting through all the plastic, and he knew he needed to leave all of that intact for evidentiary purposes. He would just have to wait for the autopsy to find out the official cause of death. But based on the way Jack's body had been disposed of, hidden in a parking lot 40 miles from his home, Hoole was already guessing this was a murder. And not just any murder, but one that was carefully planned, most likely by somebody that Jack knew. Hoole had already learned from the family that Jack had 5 children with 2 different women. He figured there could be some hidden tensions there that the family wasn't telling him about. But he also thought the murder could be tied to Jack's business. As far as Jack's family knew, everything he did with his business was legitimate and above board. But it was entirely possible that he might have gotten involved with some sketchy people, or maybe done something that made a client angry, things the family wouldn't know about. And leaving Jack's dead body in the back of his own dump truck, that definitely seemed like a way to send a message. Once the forensics team had taken all their photos and swabbed the truck for any potential DNA and fingerprints, Hoole pulled on a fresh pair of latex gloves and opened the driver's side door. There was no blood inside the cab of the truck. No sign of a weapon. There was really nothing that struck him as unusual or helpful. That is, until he saw the logbook. It was tucked into a pocket on the passenger side door. He reached for it, pulled it out, and began to flip through the pages. He saw a list of all of Jack's appointments along with the names, addresses, and phone numbers of the clients who had hired him. The last job that was recorded in the book was on the morning of June 27th back in Derry where Jack lived. There were no other jobs noted down for that day. But a couple of pages later, on an otherwise blank page, Hoole found an entry that Jack seemed to have scribbled down in a rush. It was just an address, 145 North Road, with no town listed. And the name next to it was just Charlie. Hoole carefully placed the logbook inside an evidence bag and sealed it. Then, as he looked around the area, he noticed the security cameras mounted on the light posts all over the parking lot. And as luck would have it, there was one pointing directly at the spot where Jack's truck had been parked. The next day, Wednesday, July 6th, Hoole was back at the precinct in Derry. He was sitting at his desk reading over an autopsy report that had just been sent over from the Massachusetts medical examiner. The description in the report was grim. It said that Jack had been severely beaten. He had broken ribs, multiple skull fractures, and a softball-sized hole in the side of his head. His face had been so badly mangled that the medical examiner had actually needed to use Jack's dental records to positively confirm his identity. Hoole thought that this level of violence definitely made the murder feel personal. It only strengthened his belief that Jack's killer, or killers, was somebody who knew him. Just then, Hoole heard a knock at his door. He looked up as another officer peeked his head into the office and asked him to come take a look at something. Hoole stood up from his desk and followed the officer down the hallway to another room. A team of investigators was there, poring over the security footage from the target parking lot. Hoole watched over their shoulders as the investigators pulled up a specific clip. He could see from the timestamp in the corner of the screen that the footage was from around 5:30 in the afternoon on June 27th. That was the same day as the last job written in Jack's logbook. Once the video was on the screen, Hoole nodded for the investigators to press play. He watched as the footage played. It showed Jack's dump truck pulling into the parking lot. It was being followed closely by a white minivan. After Jack's truck parked, two people got out of the truck. Unfortunately, the video quality was so poor, it was impossible to identify really anything about them. They couldn't tell if they were men or women, their height, their build. It was all just a fuzzy blur. However, there was one thing that was definitely clear. It was what they were doing. They were clearly dumping Jack's body. One of them went around to the back of the dump truck and checked to make sure the tarp was secure. Then they both walked over to the white minivan, got in, and drove away. Hoole's mind was racing. It now looked like there were at least 3 people involved in Jack's murder. There were the 2 people who were in the truck and then whoever was driving the white minivan. But another unfortunate reality was that the footage was so fuzzy they couldn't even make out the license plate of the minivan. Hoole was naturally frustrated by this. But then, the investigator said there was actually one more thing he wanted to show him. He pulled up another portion of security video. This one was from the evening of July 4th. That was 7 days after Jack's dump truck was left abandoned in the parking lot, and just 1 day before Hoole himself found the truck parked in that very spot. The investigator told Hoole that this footage he was about to see was from a different security camera, one that was positioned on the other side of the parking lot from where the dump truck was parked. When he hit play, he directed Hoole's attention to one particular car that was pulling into the lot. The angle on this car was much closer, so there was a lot more detail visible than in the first video. And as Hoole watched, he saw what was clearly a young woman get out of the passenger seat and walk toward the Target store. Hoole leaned in closer and squinted at the screen. And then he realized he recognized this woman. It was Jack's own daughter, Megan. Later that day, Hoole walked into an interrogation room in the Derry police station. Megan was waiting for him. When Hoole walked in, he made a point to shake her hand and smile, trying to act as friendly and sympathetic as possible. He did not want to let on that he was now looking at her as a potential suspect. He didn't mention that they had video of her in the exact same parking lot where her father's body was found just a day before the discovery. But as they started talking, Megan actually brought it up herself. She mentioned that she just happened to have been in that same parking lot. She said she had been shocked when she found out that her father was not only dead, but that his body had been dumped in that particular Target lot because she had just been there. She explained that her boyfriend, Walter's sister, lived in Saugus, and they had gone to visit her for the 4th of July. She said they were trying to get their minds off her father's disappearance because at that time, his body hadn't been found yet. Megan said they had unexpectedly decided to spend the night there, so they had driven to the nearest Target to pick up a contact lens case. As she said it, she just shook her head and said she couldn't believe her dad had basically been right there the whole time. That she had been so close to him. Hool had to admit, the story didn't sound completely crazy. After all, in the security video, Megan didn't go anywhere near the part of the parking lot where Jack's truck was parked. But still, he had a very hard time believing that this was just one big tragic coincidence. Especially because when he was reviewing what Megan had told the police when she first reported her father missing, he realized that she had said she last saw her dad on the night of Monday, June 27th. She claimed she and her boyfriend Walter had gone to his trailer to pick up an air conditioner. But now, Hool knew that was impossible. The security video showed that Jack's body was already in the dump truck in that parking lot on the afternoon of June 27th. So during this interview, Hool asked Megan again, "When was the last time you saw your father?" And once again, without missing a beat, she said it was the night of June 27th. Hool asked her if she was positive about that date. And she said, yes, absolutely. Without tipping his hand that he was certain she was lying, Hool let her go. He immediately called in her boyfriend, Walter, who had been waiting out in the hallway. According to Megan, Walter was the one who had driven her to that Target in Saugus. Hool wanted to question the couple separately so he could see if there were any contradictions in their stories. But when he spoke to Walter, Walter repeated the exact same things Megan had just said. He talked about visiting his sister and why they went to that Target to get a contact lens case. Walter also included the detail about the last time they saw Jack being the night of the 27th. So basically, Walter and Megan's stories were identical. But to Hool, the only thing he thought when he heard this consistency was that it was too perfect. Clearly, Megan and Walter had rehearsed this story. It was their alibi. But they didn't realize there was timestamped security footage that completely contradicted it. The following afternoon, Hool sat at his desk, combing through a copy of Jack's phone records. He had sent officers out that morning to interview all of Megan's family and friends to see if they knew anything that could help them pin the blame on her. They had quickly learned that Megan and Walter had moved in together recently and that Jack did not approve. So Hool began to wonder, maybe the young couple had killed Jack so he would stay out of their way. At some point, Megan found out from her friends that the police were investigating her. She had already called Hool to revise her testimony. She was now claiming that actually, the last time she saw her dad was on the night of the 26th, not the 27th. But Hool didn't buy it. She and Walter had both made the exact same mistake about the date. They had both seemed so confident when they said the 27th. Hool was hoping that if he could just retrace Jack's steps on the day of his death, he would find some concrete proof that Megan and Walter were somehow involved. Hool had already called around to check on the last scheduled job in Jack's logbook, the one on the morning of June 27th. The client had confirmed that Jack was definitely there. And security footage from the local dump had shown Jack's truck dropping off a load of trash afterwards around 2 in the afternoon. But that left about a 3-hour gap on the afternoon of June 27th where Jack's whereabouts were unaccounted for. And Jack had to have been killed sometime within that window. So now, Hool hoped that Jack's phone records might help him figure out where Jack went after leaving the dump that afternoon. Hool had been able to match most of the phone numbers that Jack had dialed or received calls from to contacts in his logbook. Except for one. On the morning of June 27th, he had gotten a call from a number that wasn't anywhere in his contacts. And then at 2:07 that afternoon, while Jack was finishing up at the dump, just a few hours before his dead body was left in that Target parking lot, he'd gotten a second call from that same number. Hool called the number, but it went straight to voicemail. So he contacted the cell phone provider and asked them to look up who this number belonged to. He found out it was registered to a man named Charlie W. Suddenly, something clicked in Hool's mind. He reached over, grabbed Jack's logbook, and flipped to the page where Jack had scribbled down that address, 145 North Road, and the name Charlie. This had to be the same Charlie who had called from that unknown number. And that meant this Charlie may have been the last person to see Jack alive. Or maybe Charlie was the one who killed him. The employee from the cell phone provider also told Hool that the number came from a prepaid phone, the kind you can buy at a convenience store and load minutes onto without signing up for a contract. And it had been activated on June 19th, just 8 days before Jack's murder. Hool asked the worker to send over a full copy of the prepaid phone's call records, and then they hung up. He logged on to the police database and looked up the name Charlie W., but he didn't find anything. No criminal records, no driver's licenses, no car registrations. Hool had a strong feeling that this had to be a fake name. What seemed to confirm that even further was when he looked up the address, 145 North Road, that was in the book next to the name Charlie. There was no Charlie affiliated with that property at all. The owner of 145 North Road was somebody named Michael Connors. That name didn't mean anything to Hool, and it certainly wasn't Charlie. So Hool stood up from his desk and grabbed his car keys. It was time to go have a talk with whoever actually lived at 145 North Road. Less than an hour later, Detective Hool pulled onto a gravel driveway at 145 North Road, the address of the secluded farm scribbled in Jack Reed's logbook. He parked his car, walked up to the big white house, and rang the doorbell. The middle-aged man who answered the door seemed perfectly calm and composed until Hool showed him his badge. Then, the man's entire demeanor changed. He started acting incredibly jumpy. As they stood in the doorway, Hool asked the man if he was Michael Connors, and the man nodded and said yes. Hool asked if he knew a man named Jack Reed, and Michael quickly said no. And when Hool asked why his address was in Jack Reed's logbook, Michael stammered, saying he didn't know. It was already obvious to Hool that Michael knew more than he was letting on. So he asked Michael where he had been on the afternoon of June 27th. Michael, very nervously and very quickly, said that he had spent the entire day doing repair work at a friend's lake house 30 miles away. He said he didn't get home until late that night. And then he gave Hool the names of a few other contractors who were also working on the repairs, people who could verify his alibi. Hool, without revealing how suspicious he was of this guy, wrote down the contractors' names and contact information. Then, as calmly as he could, he asked Michael if he could take a look around, both inside his house and outside. Michael, looking resigned at this point, just nodded and said yes. He stepped aside, and Hool walked into the house. He began walking from room to room, but he didn't see any blood or anything else that was obviously suspicious. But then he went outside. He found a muddy path that led over to the barn, which was a short distance from the main house. When he reached the barn, he pulled open the heavy wooden door, and sunlight flooded in. Hool stepped inside, and right away he was struck by how neat it was. He began looking behind hay bales, he shined his flashlight into the dark corners, and he bent down to examine the dirt and straw on the ground. But it was like the barn was spotless. It was almost like it had recently been cleaned, really thoroughly. When Hool was done in the barn, he went back outside and walked towards the main house. As he did, he saw Michael standing by the back door, staring right at him. It looked like he had been watching him closely the entire time he was over at the barn. Hool walked over to Michael, and very calmly, he asked him one last question. Did he know anyone named Megan Reed? And Michael said no. But the way he said it was noticeably less anxious, as if for the first time he was actually telling the truth. After that, as Hool walked back to his car to leave, he thought that even though he hadn't found any hard evidence at the farm, Michael's strange behavior seemed to be saying a lot. Later that day, Hool hung up the phone in his office, feeling very frustrated. He had called every single one of the contractors whose names Michael had given him, and they had all confirmed his alibi. Michael had been doing repairs at his friend's house 30 miles away at the time of Jack's death. So, Hool figured that Michael couldn't have been directly involved in the murder. But based on his very suspicious behavior, it seemed likely that he knew something had happened on his property, maybe while he was away. This gave Hool something to work with. It could mean that at least one of Jack's killers was close enough with Michael that Michael was willing to lie to protect them. But that was about all he had. There was no obvious link between Michael Connors and Jack's daughter Megan and her boyfriend Walter, who were still his only real suspects. He was starting to think that maybe he had been looking in the wrong direction, that maybe Megan and Walter weren't involved after all. It was still only a few days into the investigation, and there were plenty of other potential suspects to look into, like Jack's ex-partners, his adult children from his first relationship, and all the other clients in his logbook. But just then, Hool's fax machine whirred to life. The cell phone provider was finally sending over the call records from Charlie's prepaid phone. Once it was done printing, Hool ripped the sheet out of the machine and began looking over the call log. The phone had only been activated a week before Jack's murder, and it hadn't been used at all since the evening Jack was killed. And every single call that had been made or received on that phone was to Jack's number, except for one. And when Hool looked into the owner of that one other number, everything about the case began to fall into place. Based on those phone records, as well as interviews with the various suspects, this is what police believe happened to Jack Reed on the 27th of June, 2005. That afternoon, while Jack's dump truck was pulling into the gravel driveway at 145 North Road, two of his killers were inside the house waiting for him. One of them was sitting on the couch, nervously tapping their feet. The other killer looked up and shot them an annoyed look, as if to say, "Stop tapping your feet." And they did. But just then, the doorbell rang. The calmer of the two killers walked over to answer it, while the more nervous one stayed on the couch. The nervous one listened as the door opened. They could hear the sound of their accomplice greeting Jack. A few seconds later, Jack walked into the living room. When the nervous killer saw Jack, they kind of jumped to their feet and tried to act natural, but they were likely acting incredibly nervous. After a short, awkward conversation between the three of them, they all left the main house and walked down the dirt path towards the barn. As they walked, the nervous killer hung back, walking a few steps behind Jack. As they got close to the barn, their heart began to pound. They had rehearsed this a dozen times, and they knew exactly what they had to do, but actually doing it was going to be the hard part. Then, the doors to the barn were opened. Inside, Jack would have seen two more people waiting for him. But before Jack could react, the nervous killer from behind leapt forward and tackled Jack to the ground. A second later, the nervous killer heard a loud thump. They looked up to see one of their accomplices standing above them, holding a hammer that was now dripping with blood. The nervous killer climbed to their feet and looked down at Jack, who was now lying on the floor of the barn with a gaping hole in the side of his skull. The sight was so gruesome that the nervous killer had to run outside and vomit. When they came back inside, the other three had unrolled a big sheet of plastic on the floor of the barn. They were placing Jack's body in the center of it. Blood was still pouring out of his head, pooling into a big red puddle on the plastic. It was a horrific scene. Then one of the killers grabbed the bloody hammer and said that if they could just stop Jack's heart, it would stop the bleeding. So they raised the hammer and began pounding on Jack's chest. After that, the bleeding did slow down. The four killers worked together to wrap Jack's body in the plastic. Once he was all wrapped up, they carried him outside and loaded his body into the back of his own dump truck. The killer who had first answered the door, the calmer one, got in the driver's seat of the dump truck. The nervous killer, the one who had initially tackled Jack to the ground, climbed into the passenger seat. The other two, the ones who had been waiting in the barn, climbed into a white minivan. They followed behind as the dump truck drove all the way across state lines to Saugus, Massachusetts, more than an hour away. When they finally got to Saugus, they pulled into the first major parking lot they came across, a Target store. They parked the dump truck near the back of the lot. When they got out, the nervous killer double-checked the tarp to make sure it was secure. Then they, along with their calmer accomplice, walked across the lot to the white minivan and climbed inside. After that, all four killers drove all the way back to New Hampshire to clean up the barn. The farm's owner, Michael Connors, had told them he expected it to be left in perfect condition. Michael Connors, the owner of the barn, was not directly involved in the murder. However, he did know that the mastermind of the murder was going to be using his property while he was gone. He would later testify that he did not know what they were planning to do and just asked that they keep it clean when they were done. Ultimately, the reason he allowed his property to be used at all was because he was doing a favor for the mastermind of the murder, who was his longtime friend and business partner. That mastermind was also the very same self-made Las Vegas millionaire that Jack Reed himself had viewed as a huge success story, the man whose path in life Jack was hoping to emulate. The millionaire's name was John Brooks. He believed that when Jack had helped him move a few years back, Jack had stolen some of his motorcycles and jewelry. There was no evidence to back this up, but John Brooks was convinced, and he held a grudge. In retaliation, a few months after the move, Brooks had sent his son, Jesse, to Jack's home to scare him. That's who Jack had spotted in the middle of the night on his property almost 2 years ago, the strange prowler who had called out to him by name. But when Jack came outside to confront him and fired a gun at him, Jesse and his father didn't stop. Instead, Brooks only got angrier and vowed to get his revenge. So, he sent 4 people to New Hampshire to kill Jack. It was his son Jesse, Jesse's friend Michael Benton, who was not the same as the Michael who owned the farm, and 2 other men named Joseph Vroomman and Robin Knight. All 5 men were eventually convicted of taking part in the murder. John Brooks was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Robin Knight was also sentenced to life. Michael Benton got 33 years to life. Joseph Vroomman was sentenced to between 17 and 35 years. And Jesse Brooks was sentenced to 15 to 30 years. He was released on parole in 2023. Thank you so much for watching. Jack Reed survived a difficult childhood, built a business from nothing, raised 5 children, and spent his entire life trying to give his family opportunities he never had himself. By all accounts, he should have been entering the happiest chapter of his life. But sometimes, tragedy doesn't arrive as chaos. Sometimes, it waits patiently in the background, for years. And by the time the victim realizes something is wrong, it's already too late. For Jack, it started with a strange man standing outside his trailer in the middle of the night. It ended with a parking lot, a dump truck, and a family forced to learn the truth in the worst way imaginable. Until next time. Hundreds of years ago, in the dense forests and rolling hills of what we now call Richland County, Wisconsin, a young indigenous warrior was walking with purpose toward the center of his village. He was a member of the Ho-Chunk Nation, a proud and resilient people who had called this beautiful land home for generations. The warrior was strong and brave, one of the best hunters in his tribe, and he had been summoned by his tribal chief. As he walked, the familiar sounds of village life surrounded him, but a sense of unease hung in the air. He had a strong suspicion about why the chief wanted to see him, and when he arrived at the village center, his fears were confirmed. Standing there with the chief were 9 of the other strongest and most capable men of the tribe. They stood quietly, their faces serious. The warrior knew immediately this was about the 3 missing boys. 2 days earlier, 3 teenagers from the village, boys on the cusp of manhood, had gone out into the wilds on a deer hunt. It was a rite of passage, a chance to prove their skills and contribute to the tribe. But they hadn't returned. 48 hours had passed, a full 2 suns had set, and there was still no sign of them. Their families were growing more and more frantic with each passing hour. They had pleaded with the tribal chief to send a search party, their voices filled with a desperate worry that was starting to infect the entire village. The chief had initially been hesitant. It wasn't completely out of the ordinary for hunting parties, even young ones, to be gone for a couple of days. The forest was vast, and a good hunt could take time. But the families insisted they had a bad feeling, a deep, gnawing sense that something was terribly wrong. Finally, after 2 full days of waiting, the chief agreed. It was time to act. And so, here was the young warrior standing before his chief and the 9 other men. The chief looked at him with trust and respect and asked him to lead the search effort. He would be in charge of this party of 10, responsible for finding the boys and bringing them home safely. In truth, the warrior felt it might be a bit of an overreaction. 10 of the tribe's best men for 3 teenagers who were probably just fine, maybe a little lost or extending their trip to seem more impressive. But he would never question the chief's command or disrespect the family's fear. He accepted the duty without hesitation. Of course, he would go. The 10 men gathered their supplies. They took their most reliable bows, quivers full of arrows, and sharp spears. They packed dried meat and skins filled with fresh water, not knowing how long the search might take. They said their goodbyes to the anxious villagers who had gathered to see them off. The air was heavy with hope and fear. Then, as one, the 10 warriors left the village, following the well-worn path that all hunters took when they ventured out into the great forest. The lead warrior was a master tracker. His eyes could read the forest floor like a storybook. Almost immediately, he picked up the trail of the 3 teenage boys. He could see their distinct footprints in the soft earth, and for a moment, he felt a wave of relief. This would be simple. They would follow the tracks, find the boys camped out somewhere, give them a stern lecture about worrying their families, and then guide them back to the village. It would all be over by nightfall. But as they followed the trail, the story the tracks told began to change. The footprints continued along the main path for a while, but then they suddenly veered off. They left the familiar trail and headed deep into a part of the forest that wasn't known for good hunting. This was the first thing that felt wrong. The Ho-Chunk people knew these woods intimately. They knew where the deer herds moved, where the best hunting grounds were. The path the boys had taken was leading them away from all of it. It made no sense. The lead warrior kept his growing concerns to himself, not wanting to alarm the others. He just kept his head down, focused on the tracks. They walked for miles, deeper and deeper into the wilderness. And as they walked, he noticed something else that was deeply unsettling. The tracks never stopped. There were no signs that the boys had paused to rest. There were no marks in the dirt to suggest they had stopped to set a snare or stood still to aim an arrow at a deer. Their footprints just went on and on in a straight, determined line as if they were on a mission marching towards some specific, unknown destination. After hours of relentless hiking, with the sun beginning to dip lower in the sky, the search party still hadn't found the boys. They found themselves standing at the edge of a steep, rocky ravine. As they looked down into the shadowy depths, they all realized they had traveled so far off the beaten path that they were now in truly uncharted territory. None of them, not even the most experienced hunters among them, had ever been to this place before. They had no idea what lay at the bottom of the ravine or what was beyond it. But they knew one thing for sure. The tracks of the 3 teenage boys led directly down the steep slope and into the ravine. There was no hesitation. They had to follow. So, carefully, the 10 warriors made their way down the treacherous incline. When they reached the bottom, the dense canopy of trees opened up into a small clearing. And there, right in front of them, was the dark, gaping mouth of a cave. The tracks led straight to it. They went into the blackness, but there were no tracks coming back out. For reasons they could not possibly understand, the 3 boys had hiked all this way into this unknown place and had walked into this cave. And they were, presumably, still inside. The warrior and his men approached the entrance cautiously, the air growing colder as they got closer. Even standing right at the mouth of the cave, they couldn't see anything. It was a void of absolute darkness. It was clearly large enough to walk into, but how far it went or where it led was a complete mystery. They called out the boys' names, but only the flat, dead echo of their own voices came back. A heavy sense of apprehension fell over the lead warrior. He didn't know this cave. He didn't know if the boys were hurt, or lost, or if something else was in there with them. A bear, a mountain lion, or something worse. He had to be smart. He couldn't risk his whole team. He made a decision. He turned to 2 of his men and instructed them to go inside to scout it out. The other 7 men would wait with him at the entrance. The 2 chosen warriors nodded, and without a word, they stepped into the darkness and disappeared from sight. The 8 men waiting outside stood in total silence, listening. They could hear the voices of the 2 scouts echoing from within the cave as they called out the names of the missing teenagers. Their calls grew fainter and more distorted the deeper they went. From the outside, the group could only see the flickering light from the scouts' torches for a short distance before they seemed to be swallowed by the dark. Then, at the exact moment their light vanished, their voices stopped. The cave went completely, utterly silent. For 5 long minutes, the warrior and the others stood there, waiting, their anxiety growing with every passing second. What was happening in there? The silence was unnatural. 10 minutes went by. Then 15. Still, not a single sound came from the cave. It was as if the darkness had consumed the 2 men whole. The warrior couldn't wait any longer. He told the others to stay put and carefully stepped just inside the entrance of the cave himself. The air was frigid. He began calling out the names of the 2 men he had just sent in. His voice echoed through what felt like a vast empty space, but there was no reply. At least, not at first. Just as he was about to call out again, he heard something. It was a faint sound, coming from deep, deep within the cave. It sounded like a low, mournful wail. At first, he thought it was a single voice, but then it seemed to multiply, as if other voices were layering on top of each other, creating a strange, discordant harmony. And then, with a sudden, chilling realization, the warrior understood what he was hearing. It wasn't a wail of pain, it was a chant. And it was a chant he knew all too well. It was the death song. It was the sacred, final chant a Ho-Chunk warrior sings only when he knows he is about to die. The moment the other 7 men outside heard it, they knew exactly what it was, too. They surged forward to the mouth of the cave, their faces masks of alarm. "We have to go in," one of them said. "They're in trouble." Something is wrong. Before the lead warrior could give an order, before he could form a plan, 6 of the 7 men charged into the cave. Their loyalty to their brothers overrode everything else. They ran headlong into the darkness, their own voices now echoing as they called out, chasing the sound of that terrible final song. The lead warrior and the 1 man who had stayed back with him stood frozen at the entrance, listening to the chaos. They heard the 6 men running and yelling, their sounds mixing with the haunting reverberation of the death song. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, everything stopped. The chanting ceased. The yelling stopped. The cave was plunged back into that same profound, eerie silence. The lead warrior and the last remaining man were alone, their hearts pounding in their chests. They listened, straining to hear anything, but there was nothing. Just quiet. And then it began again. The rhythmic chanting. The death song. But this time, it was different. It was no longer just a couple of voices. It was a chorus. Dozens of voices, it seemed, all layered on top of each other, chanting the death song in a powerful rhythmic wave of sound that seemed to shake the very ground beneath their feet. The sound poured out of the cave, a horrifying announcement of death on a scale he couldn't comprehend. At that moment, the lead warrior faced an impossible choice. Every part of his being, every rule of their warrior code, screamed at him to go in there, to fight for his men, to die with them if he had to. But another part of him, a logical, cold part, knew the truth. Something evil was happening inside that cave. If he and the last man went in, they would not come out. Their story would die with them. No one would ever know what happened. And so, in an act that went against every fiber of his soul, he made a decision. As the death song echoed all around them, he and the other man turned their backs on the cave and they ran. They ran for miles, not stopping, not looking back, fueled by terror and grief. They ran all the way back to their village, arriving long after nightfall, breathless and on the verge of collapse. They found the tribal chief and told him everything that had happened. The chief listened, his face grim. He declared that at first light they would all go back. The entire village. They would go back to that cave and they would get their people out. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the forest canopy, a massive group assembled. The tribal chief, the lead warrior, the other survivor, and nearly 100 other members of the tribe, men and women, banded together. They marched out into the wilderness, a somber and determined procession, retracing the steps back to the ravine, back to that cursed cave. When they arrived, the cave was just as they had left it. It was quiet. The tracks leading in were still there, undisturbed. There were still no tracks leading out. Everyone they had lost was still inside. But this time, they had a plan. The lead warrior didn't know how they could possibly succeed, but the chief was confident. He addressed the crowd, his voice steady. "We will not go in as small groups," he announced. "We will not be separated. We will go as one. We will lock hands, all of us, and form a great line. We will never let go of the person next to us. We will walk into that cave together, as one body, and we will find our people." It seemed like a brilliant idea. There was strength in their numbers, strength in their unity. Nothing could happen to them if they were all connected. So, the great human chain was formed. The warrior who had survived the previous day was placed at the very front of the line. The lead warrior was second, his hand gripping the first man's tightly. Behind him, stretching all the way out of the cave, was a line of nearly 100 people, all holding on to each other. When everyone was ready, they began to move forward, a single shuffling entity stepping into the cold darkness. They walked slowly, cautiously. After about 50 feet, the cave passage made a sharp turn to the right. As the front of the line rounded the corner, they were plunged into absolute pitch-black darkness. No light from the entrance could reach this far. The lead warrior couldn't see a thing, not even his own hand in front of his face. All he could feel was the tight grip of the man in front of him and the man behind him. He squeezed their hands back, a silent promise that they were in this together. The man at the front of the line kept calling out the names of the lost, his voice swallowed by the immense blackness. As they shuffled deeper, the walls of the cave seemed to press in on them, the air growing thick and heavy. And then they heard it. From somewhere in the deep, the death song began again. It started low, a soft, rhythmic chant, but it grew steadily in volume and intensity until it was a booming, deafening chorus that echoed off the walls and vibrated in their chests. Panic began to ripple down the line, but there was nowhere to go. They were deep inside, trapped in the dark, with that horrible sound. The lead warrior held on as tightly as he could, trying to be an anchor of calm for the others. He tried to keep moving forward. But then, he felt it. The hand of the man in front of him, the leader of the line, suddenly went slack. It just slipped out of his grasp. The lead warrior lunged forward into the blackness, his hand grabbing at empty air. The man was gone. There was no scream, no sound of a fall, nothing. He had simply vanished. The lead warrior was now at the front of the line. He wanted to stop, to scream for everyone to turn back, but he felt a strange, irresistible force pulling him forward, deeper into the cave. It was a compulsion he couldn't fight. And then, to his absolute horror, he felt his own mouth open. He heard his own voice, completely against his will, join the terrible, chanting chorus of the death song. At that moment, chaos erupted. The human chain broke. People screamed in terror, letting go of each other, turning and scrambling blindly back towards where they thought the entrance was. It was a stampede of pure panic in the suffocating darkness. Minutes later, the survivors stumbled out of the cave, gasping and crying, blinking in the daylight. The tribal chief, who had remained outside, rushed to calm them. He quickly did a head count, and his heart sank. Over a dozen more people were gone. They had not come out. And the cave, which moments before had been filled with screams and the sound of the death song, was once again completely, unnervingly silent. The chief now knew, for certain, there was an evil spirit in that cave, something that fed on his people. He made a solemn declaration. No one from their tribe would ever step foot in that place again. They could not lose anyone else. The cave was not a place of mystery. It was a tomb. And so, they sealed it. They worked for hours, rolling massive boulders, piling rocks and dirt, until the entrance was completely blocked, hidden from the world forever. Centuries passed. The story of the cave that swallowed warriors was passed down from generation to generation. For the Ho-Chunk people, it became a legend, a terrifying campfire story to warn children about the dangers of the woods. Many who heard it wondered if it was real, or just folklore meant to scare them. They would never know for sure. Fast forward to the year 1930. A man named Paul Seafort, a well-known antique dealer in Richland County, Wisconsin, had a passion for hiking and history. He loved to explore the deep woods, searching for indigenous artifacts left behind by tribes like the Ho-Chunk Nation. One day, while hiking far off any established trail, he came across a secluded ravine. He climbed down, and on the far side, he noticed a strange pile of rocks. It looked unnatural, like a man-made mound, covered in moss and overgrown with grass. His curiosity got the better of him. He walked over and started pulling some of the rocks away. He quickly realized this was no random pile. These boulders had been placed here deliberately for a reason. After clearing away enough of them, he uncovered what they were hiding, the dark opening to a cave. He knew he had found something special. It took a lot more work, but he finally managed to create an opening just big enough to squeeze through. He was sure that a sealed cave like this must hold incredible artifacts inside. He went home and gathered supplies, including a strong lantern, and returned another day. He squeezed through the opening he'd made and entered the cave. He walked down the initial passage until he came to the sharp right turn. He followed it, and soon the ceiling began to get lower and lower, forcing him to crouch. He was so determined to see what was inside that he kept going. Even when the passage became so tight, he had to crawl on his belly, pushing the lantern ahead of him. Just as he was about to turn back, thinking it was a dead end, he slid under one last low-hanging rock, and the space suddenly opened up. He stood up and held his lantern high. He was in a massive, cathedral-like cavern. The beam of his lantern cut through the darkness, and what he saw made him freeze. The floor of the cavern was covered with human skeletons. But they weren't scattered about. They were arranged in dozens of neat, orderly rows. And they were all positioned in the exact same way, kneeling, with their arms stretched out over their heads as if they were bowing or praying in unison. There were so many of them he couldn't even begin to count them all. He stood there in stunned silence, his light trembling in his hand. He slowly moved the beam of the lantern in the direction that all the skeletons were facing. And there, at the far end of the cavern, he saw what they were all bowing to. Carved directly out of the stone wall of the cave was an enormous, imposing chair. A throne. And the throne was empty. The sight of those kneeling skeletons and that vacant throne filled Paul Seafort with a deep, primal fear. He forgot all about artifacts. He forgot about history. He just knew he had to get out. He turned and scrambled back through the narrow passage as fast as he could, not looking back, and fled the cave. He later told his incredible story to a journalist at the Milwaukee Journal, and it was published, creating a permanent record of his discovery. But the article, and Paul's account, left the world with two chilling, unanswered questions. What truly happened to all of those people inside that cave? And more importantly, who, or what, was sitting on that throne? We may never know what happened to those warriors inside the cave. But one question still remains. Who were all those skeletons bowing to? Until next time. During the most challenging time of World War II, which was the 1940s, a group of Russian scientists were tasked with the responsibility of tackling a particular problem that was very pressing. The objective was to design a plan that would enable them to maintain the alertness of their men and keep them engaged in warfare for lengthy periods of time. When it came to the demands of the war, fatigue was just as deadly of a foe as any other enemy that might be found on the battlefield of the conflict. Accordingly, they devised a plan for conducting an experiment. A study that was carried out on human subjects with the intention of determining the absolute maximum amount of sleep deprivation that may be tolerated. The objective of this experiment was to ascertain what would occur to the human mind and body in the event that sleep was completely removed from the equation. They required subjects to work with in order to accomplish this. They were able to find the 5 individuals when they were disguised as prisoners of war throughout their search. In light of the fact that these people were likely to face a challenging future, the arrangement that the scientists offered them seemed like a miracle to them. They were informed that they would be subjected to an experimental gas that would prevent them from sleeping for a period of 30 days during the period immediately after the exposure. In the event that they were able to survive the entire 30 days, they would be released from their confinement under the terms of their freedom. As a result of the fact that they had everything to gain, men who had nothing to lose and everything to gain were unable to refuse this offer because they had everything to gain. There is a good chance that when they gave their agreement, they were anticipating a difficult but ultimately manageable struggle that would conclude in them being released as free men. The investigation was carried out inside of a gas chamber that was completely sealed off from the outside world. It had the ability to provide for itself despite the fact that it was quite small. In the interior, there were cots for the 5 guys, a basic bathroom, flowing water, and enough dry food to sustain them for well over a month. Additionally, there was a simple restroom. To further assist in passing the time, there were also literature available for consideration. Absolutely, without a shadow of a question, the gas was the most essential component. A chemical concoction that the researchers believed would effectively inhibit the need for sleep without generating any bad effects that could be fatal was the stimulant that was being tested in this experiment. The researchers believed that this mixture would be effective. Given the circumstances, it was reasonable for them to think that it would not lead to the deaths of the individuals. In those days, there were limitations placed on the usage of technology. The room was not monitored by any closed-circuit cameras at any point during the day or night. Instead, there were no cameras present. As an alternative, the researchers were compelled to rely on a number of microphones that were strategically placed throughout the room in order to listen in on the participants. They had a single small round porthole window that was approximately 5 inches thick. This was done for the purpose of delivering a visual. Utilizing this glass, they were able to observe the chamber from the observation room that they were in. They would be able to see the events that took place through this microscopic window and the crackling microphones during the course of the 17 days that followed. Consequently, the staff members brought the 5 men inside the room where they were being held. After they had left, the heavy steel door was secured tightly behind them, and the locks produced a satisfying clanking sound as they were locked. Immediately after that, the researchers began to introduce the stimulant gas into the room through a pump. The experiment had not yet begun, but it was now officially confirmed. At first glance, it seemed as though everything was going according to plan throughout the first few days of the process. The behavior of the individuals was similar with what one would anticipate from any group of strangers who were all confined in the same location. This was the case despite the fact that the participants were awake. During the process of getting to know one another and sharing stories from their prior lives, they participated in idle discussion with one another. There was a sense of cautious optimism that could be heard in their words, as they were of the same opinion that they would be able to make it through this together and obtain the freedom that had been promised to them. Not only did the researchers observe, but they also listened and took notes on what they came across. A gas that was operational was present. In the study, every single person was awake. Things are going swimmingly up to this point. The researchers, on the other hand, began to see a discernible change in the way that the conversations were being carried out on the fourth day of the study. After some time had passed, the idle chatter and incessant chit-chat were no longer present. Instead of talking about anything else, the men started talking almost exclusively about incredibly traumatic events that had occurred in their previous lives. The persons who were listening on the other side of the glass were left feeling uneasy as a result of the fact that they brought up the most challenging periods in their lives and spoke about them in a manner that was not emotional and was monotonous. In spite of the fact that it had only been a few days since the room had been filled with optimism, that optimism had completely disappeared. In consequence of this, it was replaced by a growing sense of unhappiness and pessimism regarding the circumstances in which they currently found themselves. As more time passed, she gradually came to the idea that she was unable to sleep and that she was confined to a room because she was stuck there. In the vicinity of the sixth day, there was yet another occurrence that was of immense consequence. All of the subjects stopped speaking with one another, including each and every one of them. Immediately after that, there was a profound and nervous stillness that pervaded the entire room. A group of males who had previously been a loosely organized group had now fully isolated themselves from one another. This was a significant change from the previous situation. One by one, each and every one of them staked their claim to a certain sector of the room, a small space that was only theirs to hold. They were muttering to themselves in a low voice as they were sitting or standing for long periods of time. The researchers paid close attention to the conversations that were being picked up by the microphones in an effort to make sense of the hushed chats that were being picked up. Through a growing sensation of anxiety, they came to the idea that the subjects had been persuaded that they could achieve their freedom by betraying their fellow troops. This realization caused them to feel uneasy. Subjects would approach one of the mics one at a time and begin whispering once they were in close proximity to it. This would happen in a sequential manner. In order to gain favor with the researchers, who they believed were evaluating them, but who were not there, they would concoct elaborate and false tales about the other participants, accusing them of committing a range of wrongdoing. This was done in an effort to win favor with the researchers. They were under the notion that if they were able to just sell out some of the other option choices, then they would be the ones chosen for distribution. In contrast, the researchers did not take any action in response to the situation. Through simple listening and observation, they meticulously documented the psychological degeneration that was taking place. They were not there to make deals, rather, they were there to observe the ramifications of the gas and the lack of sleep. This was done so that they could see the effects of both of these factors. Over the course of 3 more days, this pattern of secrecy and subtle treachery continued to be observed. With the passage of time, the atmosphere inside the chamber got increasingly suffocating and toxic. The strain was clearly beginning to take its toll on their minds, despite the fact that their bodies were still in good shape. It was obvious that their minds were beginning to break down. After then, the experiment took a violent and terrifying turn on the morning of the 10th day, which ultimately led to the conclusion of the experiment. Surprisingly, and without any prior warning, one of the individuals began screaming. There was no prior warning. It was not a brief outpouring of agony or exasperation by any stretch of the imagination. At the same time, it was a shout of pure misery that was full-throated, continuous, and of a primeval character. As he started screaming at the top of his lungs, he started running back and forth across the small chamber. He was becoming increasingly agitated. There was a reverberation of his voice off of the concrete walls. While observing the scene from the viewport, the researchers stared in a state of stunned scrutiny. 3 hours in a row, the guy fled and yelled in an attempt to get away from the situation. When confronted with this outburst, the other 4 players responded in a manner that was both peculiar and unnerving. There was not a single response from any of them. The man who was yelling did not appear to be real, at least not from the outside. The fact that they did not acknowledge him, that they did not communicate with him, and that they did not make any effort to calm him down was disappointing. They gave off the impression that they were completely oblivious to the fact that they were in a confined space that was rather small and contained a man who was ranting at an extremely high volume. Instead, they made the decision to embark on a peculiar and methodical project that they carried out on their own. Within the books that had been left for them, they started ripping pages out of the volumes as soon as they were placed. The pages were transported to the little bathroom area where they were soaked in water, and then they started plastering them on the interior of the porthole window, which had a thickness of 5 inches. They steadily obscured the researchers' only view into the chamber by covering it with damp papers page after page. This was the only way they could see inside. In spite of the fact that the shrieking continued to fill the room, they worked in a manner that was composed and focused on their goals. After a period of 3 hours, there was an abrupt halt to the screeching that had been going on. Even after the sounds had ceased, the man continued to run in the opposite direction, going back and forth between the 2 locations. There were just a few faint squeaking noises that the researchers were able to pick up on when they listened via the microphones, despite the fact that they made every effort to do so. Their inquiry led them to the conclusion that the man had yelled so loudly and with such ferocity that he had physically torn his own voice cords to shreds. This was the conclusion that they reached after conducting additional investigations. He could only produce those wretched, gasping squeaks, which were the only sounds he could make. After a while, he lost the ability to yell. When his voice eventually gave up, a few of the other subjects had already finished their job. He was the last one to finish. This was the predicament, which involved completely concealing the viewport. Inside the chamber, none of the researchers were able to see what was going on because they were denied access. There was a surprising occurrence that filled the observation box with a new sound, which was silence. Every single one of the yelling had ceased. All of a sudden, there was no longer any whisper at all. It was no longer possible to hear any murmuring. It was completely devoid of everything. Over the course of the succeeding 3 days, the chamber was characterized by an absence of any and all noise whatsoever. After this moment, the researchers were separated from the rest of the population. Not only were they unable to see, but they also lacked the ability to hear something. Their ignorance of the events that were taking place inside was full and utter. As time went on, the scientific team began to experience an increasing sense of terror. Have all of the subjects been left out of the evaluation? Are you of the opinion that there was a problem with the microphones on the stage? The only piece of information they had to work with was a single piece. During the time that they were inside the chamber, they were monitoring the amount of oxygen that was being used up. Furthermore, they were able to deduce, on the basis of the data, that the gas was still being used at a rate that was comparable to that of 5 individuals who were still alive and breathing at the time. In point of fact, the amounts of oxygen that were consumed were very large, which implies that the subjects were indulging in strenuous physical exercise. Given that they are entirely silent, what might they possibly be doing at this moment? The debate was intense among the group of researchers who were working together. Having endured this unsettling silence for 3 days, I finally reached my breaking point. The decision was reached by them that they needed to take some kind of action. Due to the fact that they were unable to accept the risk of opening the chamber without having any previous information of what was going to take place, they made the decision to make use of the intercom system for the very first time since the experiment had begun. As he came in closer to the microphone, one of the key researchers said something with a strained tone in his voice. He went on to announce to the people in the room that they were going to open the door in order to test the mics. He then proceed with the announcement. In order to ensure that the persons did not struggle, it was requested that they lie down on the floor in a flat position. He gave them the assurance that they would be rewarded to the extent that they complied. After that, he made an offer that he believed would have the effect of breaking the silence and generating a response from the other party. It was his response that he said, "If you comply, one of you will be granted your immediate freedom." In the moments that followed the proclamation, there was a brief pause that was characterized by static. In the time that they were waiting, the researchers did not let their breath escape. Following that, a voice could be heard emanating from the person who was speaking. Even though there were no clouds in the sky, the atmosphere was utterly terrifying. At first glance, it seemed as though a single person had approached a microphone and articulated their thoughts in a manner that was completely understandable. In his statement, he made the statement that we no longer want to be freed. The researchers were filled with fear and confusion as they confronted one another and looked at each other. During that time period, they were still alive. The microphones were operating as expected. The message, on the other hand, was incomprehensible without exception. What might possibly be the reason that they would no longer want to be let free? I was curious as to what exactly had occurred in that room. The decision was made in the end that the chamber would not be open to the public. The chilly response had caused everything to be different from what it had been before. Ultimately, they came to the conclusion that the experiment should be allowed to continue until it produced the desired outcome. It took 2 more days before the silence returned, and when it did, it was profound and unnerving. There was still a cover that was placed over the porthole. The amount of oxygen that was consumed stayed at a somewhat high level. Finally, at the stroke of midnight on the 16th day, the researchers made the announcement that the experiment had been completed in its entirety. Eliminating the stimulant gas from the chamber was the initial step that needed to be taken in order to complete the task. They began an air pump that brought in clean, fresh air after they had turned off the supply of air. Immediately after the chamber was filled with the fresh air, there was a sudden breach in the silence that happened in the room. It was possible to hear a scream coming from within the limits of the room. For this particular occasion, however, there was more than one subject to talk about. To my ears, it seemed as though there were all of them. This is in addition to the fact that they were not yelling out of wrath or despair. As they got closer, they heard screams of terror and desperation coming from them. The researchers were able to hear them pleading and asking for the gas to be turned back on through the communication link that was provided by the intercom. Someone who sounded like they were totally confident that they were soon to pass away was the one who made the statement. A number of soldiers was called in to break into the chamber and remove the individuals who were being held captive, despite the fact that they begged for their release. When they broke the seal that had been placed on the enormous door, the military was able to open it. Although it had been 5 days since the researchers had last seen the scene inside, they were finally able to catch a glimpse of it as they stood behind them. The situation was an example of something that may have been taken straight from a nightmare. The place was a shambles, a piece of disaster. The floor was covered with a thick coating of bloody water that was approximately 4 inches deep and had grown stagnant. This water had gotten stationary. It was the drain in the middle of the room that had been purposely stopped, and it was the source of the issue that was plaguing the establishment. Regrettably, the 5th subject, the one who had ended up not surviving, had passed away. The appearance of his chest and thighs was such that it seemed as though portions of skin had been removed from them. It was determined by the researchers that these pieces of his own body had been used to plug the drain, which led to the room becoming flooded. This was the cause of the flooding. The 4 participants who had survived were in a terrible condition, despite the fact that they were still alive while the experiment was being conducted. The bones on their bodies were visible through the skin, indicating that they were suffering from severe forms of malnutrition. The most unsettling element of the situation, on the other hand, was the fact that they too had massive pieces of flesh removed from their original bodies. Both blood and a raw appearance could be seen in the wounds. An additional inquiry revealed that these wounds were self-inflicted and that they were not caused by their teeth, but rather by their hands. This was discovered after the study was carried out. Over the course of several hours, they had painstakingly removed sections of their own skin and muscles off their bodies. This was in addition to the fact that they had not been eating the flesh. It had been more than 5 days since anyone had any kind of interaction with the food that had been supplied for them. At first sight, it seemed as though they had completely lost their minds and had begun tearing themselves apart from one another for no apparent reason at all. During the time that the soldiers attempted to enter the chamber and remove the victims from it, the 4 people who had managed to escape fought back with a ferocity that was brutal on the part of the soldiers. While they were yelling and struggling, they were attempting to leave the room as quickly as they could. Furthermore, they did not stop asking with the specialists to turn on the gas supply whenever they made their request. Even though their bodies were famished, they fought with such a strong will, which is a testimonial to their condition. One of the subjects jumped at a soldier while they were engaged in the combat and used his teeth to rip into the soldier's throat. This occurred while they were engaged in the conflict. He was laying on the floor of the chamber, bleeding out, when the soldier passed away. He had been there for some time. In addition, one of the guys was involved in a fight that was so intense that he ruptured his own spleen and passed away as a result of internal bleeding right there in the middle of the commotion. While we were in the process of removing the subjects from the room, we discovered that 2 of them had already passed away. After finally gaining control of the situation, the 3 individuals who were still alive were shackled against their will and immediately sent to a nearby medical institution. They were in a precarious situation, both because of the wounds that they had inflicted on themselves and because of the terrible malnutrition that they were experiencing. It was determined that the individual who had incurred the most severe injuries out of the 3 needed to be taken to an operating room under emergency circumstances. While they were still being held under restraint, the other 2 were being held in a separate room. At the same time as the medical personnel were preparing the first patient for surgery, they attempted to calm him down by administering a standard sedative to him. This was done in an effort to bring about relaxation. Nevertheless, it did not have any effect whatsoever. It appeared as though he was unaffected by the danger. In spite of the fact that they supplied dosage after dosage, which was substantially more than a regular man would be able to tolerate, the situation did not change. While he was still struggling against his ties, he continued to plead for the gas and begged to be kept awake. He was also still struggling against his binding. In the end, the medical professionals arrived at the decision that they had no choice but to administer a general anesthetic in order to have him go through with the treatment. When they told him what they were about to do, he instantly started fighting back with even more intense brutality. He continued to fight until he was completely defeated. There was no desire on his part to undergo the anesthetic. His screams were loud and clear, and he insisted that he had to remain awake. It was during the midst of his frantic battle that he was able to gather an unusual amount of energy, which ultimately led to the breaking of one of these sturdy leather straps that was securing him to the table. It came as a shock to the specialists working in the medical field. During the time that they were delivering the anesthetic, it took a number of them to hold him down and prevent him from moving around. He needed to be given a dose that was more than 10 times larger than the average quantity in order for them to be successful in inducing him to lose consciousness. The moment his eyelids dropped and he started to nod off, his heart stopped beating. This occurred simultaneously. It was after the fact. All of the researchers were completely and utterly shocked. The next item that they discussed was the person who had a tear in his vocal cords. They moved on to the next topic. It was within the confines of the operating room that he was brought. In spite of the fact that he was unable to communicate verbally, he quickly shook his head in a nonchalant fashion upon seeing the anesthesia. In a manner that was identical to that of the first man, he fought with all of his might, flailing and struggling with all of his might. Because of the tremendous amount of effort that he put forth, he eventually gave in to exhaustion and passed out as a result of his exhaustion. His vital indicators remained the same at the time he lost consciousness, just as they had been the case with the previous topic. In addition to that, he has lost his life. In the present moment, there was only one subject that was still available. 2 of the 3 people who had survived had already passed away by the time they were rescued from the chamber, and both of them had passed away the instant they had closed their eyes and gone to sleep. After doing their research, the experts arrived at the conclusion that the symptoms they were experiencing were indeed caused by sleep itself. They came to the conclusion that the most recent survivor would not benefit from doing surgery. They could have decided to come up with a fresh approach as an alternative. After that, they would reset the gas supply and then place him back inside the chamber where he had been previously contained. Given the circumstances, it was quite probable that it was the sole factor that was preventing these men from going away. Before bringing him back into the chamber, it was decided that he would be connected to an electroencephalogram (EEG) machine so that they could monitor the activity of his brainwaves. One of the things that they conducted in the experiment was something that they had not done up until this point in the trial. Following the attachment of the electrodes to his scalp, they proceeded to activate the monitor and initiate the treatment further. At the same time that a green line was following the patterns of his brain activity, the researchers were observing the screen that was presenting the statistic. After then, they became aware of something that was not only odd, but also profoundly unsettling. The line on the electroencephalogram would periodically go entirely flat for a brief period of time, giving the impression that he was completely incapacitated and without any consciousness. Immediately after that, it would immediately resume its regular activity in a manner that was just as abrupt. There was a surge and decline, and then there was a plateau after that. There was a surge and decline, and then there was a plateau after that. During the time when one of these episodes of flatline occurred on the monitor, it just so happened that one of the researchers was looking at the subject himself. He saw the subject's eyelids entirely closed for a brief moment, but it was only for a fraction of a second. It was a brief period of time spent sleeping. He was literally going through a period of brain death each and every time he blinked or his eyes briefly fluttered shut, and this was happening over and over again. He was going through this process over and over again. The researchers were finally made aware of the terrible reality that they had been living with. Because of the combination of the gas and the awful lack of sleep that they had been suffering, their bodies had undergone significant changes. This was the outcome of the combination of the 2 factors. They were no longer responding to it as a therapeutic process. Rather, it was a process that ultimately proved to be fatal for them. After they realized that the final victim was on the verge of experiencing the same fate as the others, they made a frenzied run to get him back inside the chamber and resume the gas. They eventually succeeded in doing so. A furious race against time was taking place in order for them to recover their last piece of data, which was also their last survivor. They were trying to save it no matter what. On the other hand, it was already quite late. As a result of the consequences of the preparations that were being made for the chamber, the body of the victim ultimately succumbed to the effects. He fell into a deep and restful sleep as he drifted off to sleep. As the researchers observed the EEG monitor, they were filled with a spooky sense of wonder. For a limited period of time, the brain waves that are indicative of a significant amount of deep slumber were exhibited on the screen. He had been waiting for a period of more than 15 days before he was finally able to enjoy a night of pure sleep. After a certain point, the line reached a point where it was completely flat. Suddenly, his heart stopped beating. It was after the fact. Every one of the 5 topics had vanished as a direct consequence of this. The disastrous failure of the experiment had resulted in the deaths of a total of 6 individuals, including the soldier. These deaths were a direct consequence of the failed experiment. The researchers were left with a mountain of worrying data at the end of the day, but they did not have any answers that could be considered definitive. In what specific ways did the gas affect them, and how did it affect them? What caused them to go insane and rewire their biology to make resting a potentially dangerous condition? Might it have been the stimulant itself, or might it have been the prolonged and complete lack of sleep that had led them to become insane? There was no way that they would ever be able to provide an answer to the question that was being asked. During a period of extreme desperation, the documents of the experiment were buried, and the story was covered up. This was a terrible secret that was kept hidden from the public. When the unrelenting pursuit of knowledge crosses the boundaries of ethics and enters the murky unknown of the human mind, it serves as a sobering reminder of the potential outcomes that could occur as a consequence of this. I want to express my gratitude for your presence here today. If you watched the program that was broadcast today, I would appreciate it if you could share your ideas with me in the comments area. Also, bear in mind that we have a whole playlist of episodes of True Crime waiting for you to watch in one sitting right now. You may watch all of these episodes in one sitting till the next time we meet again. What's going on? In the winter of 1990, a 31-year-old man named John O'Brien was working as a professional landscaper in a quiet, normal suburb just outside of the bustling city of Chicago, Illinois. John loved his job, and he spent his spring, summer, and autumn months working outdoors, transforming people's yards, planting beautiful gardens, and laying down fresh sod. But, as anyone who has ever lived in Illinois knows, the winters in Chicago can be absolutely brutal. By the time January of 1990 rolled around, the ground was frozen solid, the wind was freezing, and the temperatures had dropped well below zero. Landscaping work had completely dried up for the season, and John was spending most of his days cooped up inside his house, trying to stay warm and dreaming of warmer weather. Eventually, John decided that he could not take the freezing cold anymore. He contacted his close friend David, who was also feeling completely exhausted by the long, dark, and bitterly cold Chicago winter. The two friends began talking about taking a vacation. They did not want to go just anywhere. They wanted to go somewhere incredibly warm, sunny, and beautiful. They wanted a true tropical escape where they could lay on a beach and completely forget about the snow and ice back home. After looking through various travel guides and flight options, the two men decided to book a trip to the beautiful Caribbean islands of Trinidad and Tobago. This was a twin island nation located in the southern Caribbean, known for its incredible weather, vibrant culture, and stunning sandy beaches. It seemed like the absolute perfect destination for their tropical getaway. They booked their flights and accommodation quickly, eager to leave as soon as possible. It is believed they boarded their plane and left Chicago on either January 8th or January 9th of 1990. When they landed in Trinidad, the contrast to Chicago was immediate and glorious. The air was warm, humid, and tropical. They stepped off the plane, walked through the airport, and made their way to their hotel. The hotel they had booked was located very close to the airport in Trinidad, which was incredibly convenient. They checked in, went up to their room, dropped their heavy winter luggage, and immediately changed into shorts and t-shirts. They were excited to start their vacation, so they headed straight out to explore the local town. Over the next several days, John and David had an amazing time. They walked through the streets of Trinidad, took in the sights, and sampled some of the delicious local Caribbean food. They decided they also wanted to see the sister island of Tobago, which was known for being even more laid-back and scenic. So, they took a relaxing 4-hour boat ride across the water to Tobago. They spent their days lounging on pristine beaches, swimming in the warm ocean water, and just relaxing. They felt incredibly lucky to be in paradise while all of their friends and family back in Chicago were freezing in these sub-zero temperatures. By all accounts, their vacation was going exactly to plan. It was the perfect escape. But then, Sunday, the 14th of January, arrived. This was the day before they were scheduled to fly back home to Chicago. On this day, things began to take a very strange and highly concerning turn. John woke up that morning and began complaining of an unnamed health issue. To this day, the exact nature of this health issue has never been made public, so we do not know what symptoms he was experiencing. However, whatever this medical issue was, it was causing John a great deal of discomfort and distress. John decided that he needed to get a very specific medication to treat his condition. He left the hotel room and walked into the local town in Trinidad, searching for a drugstore. He found one, went inside, and asked the pharmacist for the specific medicine. But the pharmacist told him that they did not carry that medication. John did not want to give up, so he walked to another drugstore in a different part of town. But they did not have it either. He went to a third store and then a fourth, but none of the pharmacies in the town carried the medication he desperately felt he needed. With no success, John finally gave up and walked back to the hotel. When he walked into the room and saw David, David could immediately tell that something was seriously wrong with his friend. David would later state that John was not just upset about not being able to find the medication, he seemed to be in a highly distraught and erratic state. Even worse, John was becoming visibly disoriented. It seemed that whatever this unnamed health issue was, it was starting to severely affect his mental state. Because his condition was going untreated, it was manifesting in this highly confused, disoriented, and erratic behavior. David tried his best to calm John down and make him comfortable. He watched his friend closely, trying to decide if he needed to call a local doctor or take John to a hospital in Trinidad. But after a while, John seemed to quiet down a bit. David decided that John was stable enough to get through the night without emergency medical intervention. After all, they had a very early flight the next morning to return to Chicago. David reasoned that once they got back to the United States, John could easily see his own doctor and get the proper medication and treatment he needed. So, the two men decided it was best to just get some sleep. The hotel room was equipped with 2 twin-size beds, one for John and one for David. They turned off the lights, climbed into their respective beds, and quickly fell asleep. About an hour to an hour and a half after David had fallen asleep, he was suddenly and violently shocked awake. He could not breathe. In the pitch-black room, David realized that there was a man standing directly next to his bed, leaning over him. This man had his hands wrapped tightly around David's throat and was violently choking him with incredible force. David was completely terrified. He had no time to process what was happening or who was attacking him. He was in a state of pure panic, fighting for his life in the dark. Using his survival instincts, David began grabbing at the attacker's hands, trying to pry the fingers away from his windpipe. He fought with everything he had, and after a desperate struggle, he managed to gather enough strength to push the attacker's hands off of his neck. But the attacker was not finished. The man reached over to the nightstand, grabbed the heavy bedside lamp, and swung it down with immense force, smashing David directly in the head. The impact was incredibly painful, and the force of the blow knocked David completely out of his bed. He crashed heavily onto the hard floor. Before David could even recover or get to his knees, the attacker jumped down on top of him. The two men began fighting wildly on the floor in the darkness. David was struggling desperately, throwing punches and trying to get this violent intruder off of him. Finally, David managed to get a leverage advantage. He gathered all his strength and kicked the man off of him, sending him stumbling backward. David scrambled to his feet, gasping for air. As his eyes adjusted to the dim light filtering into the room, he looked at his attacker and was completely paralyzed with shock. The person who had just tried to strangle him and beat him with a lamp was none other than his best friend, John. And John was completely naked. He was wearing absolutely no clothes. David stood there, bleeding and bruised, staring at his friend in utter disbelief. He asked John what on earth he was doing and what was wrong. But John did not answer. He did not say a single word. He did not even look like the same person. His eyes were wide and completely blank, and he seemed to be in the middle of a massive, terrifying, psychotic break. Instead of speaking, John suddenly turned around and bolted out of the hotel room. He ran out into the hallway, leaving the door wide open. He did not slow down. He ran down the long hallway, sprinted down the stairs, and burst into the hotel lobby. The hotel staff working at the front desk looked up in complete horror as a naked, wild-eyed man sprinted past them. John ran straight through the front doors of the hotel and vanished into the dark night. John ran down the street, his bare feet pounding against the hard pavement. He was in a state of pure frenzy, running as fast as he could. He ran for several minutes until he finally reached the perimeter of the nearby airport. The airport was heavily fortified with security fences. John did not go toward the main entrance gates. Instead, he ran to the side of the gates where there was a massive, towering chain-link fence. The very top of this fence was lined with thick, coiled barbed wire. Without stopping, John began to climb. Even though he was completely naked, he clawed his way up the metal chain-link fence. He reached the top and had to navigate the sharp, tearing barbs of the wire. He managed to drag his body over the top, likely suffering deep cuts and scratches, and dropped down onto the ground on the other side. But where John landed was not actually the open airport grounds. The airport had a double-fence security system. The two high fences ran parallel to one another, back to back, with a narrow strip of land in between them. This gap was a grassy, isolated no-man's land. It was specifically designed to act as a trap for anyone attempting to scale the outer fence. John was now trapped in this grassy strip. But he was on some kind of unstoppable, manic mission. He did not try to climb back out to the street. Instead, he turned around and faced the second fence, the one that stood between him and the actual airport runway and buildings. Once again, John began to climb. He dragged his bare, bleeding body up the second high fence. He pulled himself over the barbed wire at the top and dropped down into the parking lot on the other side. He stood up and immediately began running toward the main airport terminal. But between him and the terminal building was another massive obstacle. It was a giant, towering concrete wall. This wall was smooth and solid with no handholds or footholds. It looked completely impossible to climb, especially for someone who was naked and injured. But John did not hesitate. He ran directly at the concrete wall, somehow managed to find a way to scramble up its smooth surface, and flipped himself over the top. On the other side of this wall was a secure area of the airport, and John landed directly next to a small wooden security guard shack. Inside this shack were 4 airport security guards who were on duty. They heard a loud thud, looked out their window, and were absolutely stunned to see a naked, bleeding man suddenly crash land right next to their building. The 4 security guards immediately opened their door and charged out of the shack to apprehend the intruder and find out what was going on. But as soon as they approached John, John turned on them and attacked. We do not know the exact details of the fight, but John was operating with a kind of manic, superhuman strength. Within moments, he managed to completely overpower all 4 of the trained security guards. Before the dazed guards could recover, John ran over to their 4-wheel drive security vehicle, which was parked right next to the shack. The keys were inside. John jumped into the driver's seat, started the engine, and slammed his foot on the gas. He roared away from the security shack, leaving the 4 injured guards in his dust. The guards got to their feet and started chasing him on foot, but they had no hope of catching up to the speeding vehicle. John drove wildly around the outside of the main airport building, navigating the secure service roads, and then he drove right out onto the active tarmac. Out on the tarmac, it was a busy night. There were several massive passenger airplanes moving slowly into position, preparing for takeoff. One of those planes was a giant British Airways jet airliner. This massive plane was actually the very next aircraft scheduled to take off. The pilots had already fired up the powerful jet engines, and the plane was sitting at the top of the runway, just waiting for final clearance from the air traffic control tower. John saw the massive airplane, and he steered the security vehicle directly toward it. He drove at high speed, crashing straight into the plane. However, the security vehicle he was driving was relatively small and low to the ground. It was not tall enough to strike the main fuselage or body of the massive British Airways jet. Instead, when John collided with the plane, the small four-wheel drive vehicle slid right under one of the massive wings and became tightly wedged underneath it. By this time, the entire airport was in a state of high alert. The 4 security guards who had been attacked had radioed for help, and security personnel from all over the airport were streaming out onto the tarmac. They were running and driving toward the British Airways plane, where the wrecked security vehicle was wedged. As the guards and airport staff closed in on the scene, they witnessed something incredibly bizarre and disturbing. They looked through the window of the wrecked vehicle and saw John move from the driver's seat over to the passenger seat. He stood up through the open side of the vehicle. The guards could see that he had a very deep, nasty cut on his shoulder, which was bleeding heavily. John reached up with his hand and touched the underside of the airplane's wing. The wing had been damaged in the crash, and thick black engine oil was leaking out of it, dripping down onto the vehicle. John rubbed his hand in the leaking oil, coating his fingers in the thick black fluid. Then he took his oil-covered fingers and began dabbing and packing the oil directly into the deep, open wound on his shoulder. Before the security guards could reach him, John leaped out of the wrecked vehicle. He hit the ground running, darting away from the approaching guards and disappearing into the shadow of the massive airplane. In the utter chaos of the moment, with sirens blaring, engines roaring, and dozens of people running around the tarmac, the security guards momentarily lost sight of him. He had vanished behind the giant aircraft. The security guards and airport personnel came to a stop about 100 feet away from the plane and the wedged vehicle. They stood there in a defensive line, trying to scan the dark tarmac, completely bewildered by what they were witnessing. They were on their radios calling for local police and medical backup, trying to figure out how to handle this naked, seemingly unstoppable man. Then, suddenly, one of the officers spotted movement about 300 feet away. On the other side of the plane, near one of the airport buildings, John emerged from the shadows. He began sprinting back toward the airplane. He was running directly toward the wall of security guards and airport staff. John was incredibly fast. Before anyone could react or move forward to tackle and apprehend him, he reached the side of the plane. He stopped for a split second. He did not look at the guards. Instead, he looked up at the massive spinning jet engine of the British Airways plane. The engine was turned on, and its giant blades were rotating at an incredibly high speed, creating a massive vacuum of suction. John took a breath, and then he leaped directly into the spinning engine. In an instant, John ceased to exist. The sheer force of the jet engine completely decimated him. It was a horrific and instantaneous end to a bizarre and tragic sequence of events. To this day, no one knows for sure what actually caused John O'Brien's sudden violent rampage. It is widely assumed by investigators and medical professionals that he suffered a severe acute psychotic episode brought on by whatever unnamed health issue he was experiencing, combined with the stress of not being able to find his medication. Ultimately, his tragic death was officially ruled as a suicide. Now, our second story takes us to the world of extreme sports, and to a place that was built for the world's greatest athletes, but became the site of a tragic and unthinkable disaster. Luge is widely considered to be one of the most dangerous and intense sports in the Winter Olympic Games. The premise of the sport is relatively simple, but incredibly terrifying when you really think about it. One or two athletes, who are known as lugers, lie flat on their backs on a small, heavy sled. They then slide down a steeply pitched, winding track made of solid ice. These ice tracks are highly engineered with steep, banked curves and narrow straights. As the lugers slide down, they have very little control. They steer using subtle movements of their calves and shoulders. The speeds they reach are absolutely mind-blowing. A professional luger can easily reach speeds of 80 miles per hour and sometimes even faster. If anything goes wrong, if they lose control for even a fraction of a second, the resulting crash can be catastrophic, often leading to severe injuries or death. In the year 1986, a state-of-the-art luge track was constructed on a ski hill in Alberta, Canada. This track was built specifically to host the bobsled and luge events for the upcoming 1988 Winter Olympic Games, which were held in Calgary. The entire facility, which included the ski hill, the ski jumps, and the sliding track, was named Canada Olympic Park. After the 1988 Winter Olympics concluded, the park remained open. The local government and athletic associations decided to keep the facilities active so that the public could enjoy them for recreational purposes and so that future athletes would have a place to train. Nearly 30 years later, on the night of the 29th of January 2016, 3 teenage boys decided they wanted to find some late-night adventure. They drove over to Canada Olympic Park long after the facility had closed for the night. The park was dark and quiet, and there was nobody around. The 3 boys made their way up the snowy hill, carrying cheap, simple plastic sleds that they had brought with them. They hiked up the slope until they reached a highly restricted area. Standing in front of them was a prominent 6-foot-tall blue chain-link fence. This fence was covered with large, bright warning signs. The signs explicitly told the public to stay back and warned that entering the area was strictly forbidden unless you were authorized personnel. None of these 3 teenage boys were authorized personnel. However, one of the boys had actually worked at Canada Olympic Park the previous winter. His job had been selling tickets to visitors, so he was very familiar with the layout of the park and knew exactly where the luge track started. The boys stood at the fence and looked past it. Inside the perimeter of the blue fence, they saw a tall flight of stairs. These stairs led up to a wooden structure that looked almost like a cozy log cabin. This building was the starting house for the Olympic luge track. The ice track itself literally began inside this starting house and then fed out through a large opening, winding its way down the steep mountain below. The 3 boys looked at each other and grinned. They thought it would be incredibly fun and thrilling to ride their plastic sleds down an actual Olympic luge track. So they tossed their plastic sleds over the 6-foot blue fence. Then, one by one, they climbed up and over the fence, ignoring the warning signs. Once they were on the restricted side, they picked up their plastic sleds and walked up the wooden stairs, entering the quiet starting house. Inside, it was cold and dark. They started talking about who would go down first, second, and third. They had actually brought helmets with them, so they buckled them on. They also strapped on headlamps, which allowed them to see the track ahead of them because the powerful lights that normally illuminated the track at night were turned off. One by one, the boys positioned themselves on their plastic sleds and pushed off down the icy track. But as they started sliding, they quickly realized that this was not the high-speed thrill ride they had anticipated. In fact, they were going surprisingly slow. The luge track was designed for professional sleds, which have highly polished steel runners or blades on the bottom. Those blades glide effortlessly over the ice, building massive speed. But these boys were on cheap, flat plastic sleds. The plastic created a lot of friction against the cold ice, and as a result, the boys kept slowing down. In fact, they had to constantly use their feet and hands to push themselves along just to keep moving down the track. Eventually, after a slow, frustrating, and painful journey, all three boys made it to the bottom of the track. They were pretty disappointed. They had expected an adrenaline-fueled rush, but instead they had barely crawled down. But then, they had an idea. They realized that the reason they went so slow was because they did not have enough weight on the light plastic sleds. They figured that if they all got onto one single plastic sled together, their combined weight would create enough momentum to overcome the friction of the ice, and they would go much faster. So they picked up one of the sleds and marched all the way back up the hill. They climbed the stairs and entered the starting house once again. All three of them squeezed on to the single plastic sled, wrapping their arms and legs around each other. With a heavy push, they launched themselves down the track. And this time, it worked. The added weight of the three boys made a massive difference. They flew down the icy track, picking up incredible speed. They zoomed around the banked curves, feeling the cold wind rushing past their faces. It was an absolute blast. It was exactly the high-speed rush they had been looking for. They enjoyed it so much that they decided to do it a few more times. They hiked back up, loaded up, and slid down again. But after a few runs, they realized they were pushing their luck. They did not want to get caught by security. So they decided to call it a night. They climbed back over the blue fence, got into their car, and snuck out of the park completely undetected. The experience had been so exhilarating that they could not stop talking about it all week. They decided that they had to do it again the following weekend. But this time, they wanted to share the experience with their friends. They recruited 5 more teenage boys, telling them all about how amazing it was to fly down an actual Olympic track at night. On the night of Friday, the 5th of February 2016, which crossed over into the early morning hours of Saturday, February 6th, the group of 8 teenage boys drove to Canada Olympic Park. The 3 boys who had been there the previous weekend led the way. They walked up the dark ski hill, guiding their 5 friends through the snow. They reached the same 6-foot blue fence surrounding the luge starting house. One by one, all 8 boys scaled the blue fence and gathered on the other side. They walked up the stairs and piled into the cold starting house. They had brought 3 plastic sleds with them this time. They began discussing how they should divide themselves up to get the maximum amount of speed. They decided to put 3 boys on the first sled, 3 boys on the second sled, and the remaining 2 boys on the third and final sled. Because the previous weekend's runs had gone so smoothly, the boys had become incredibly overconfident. The 3 original boys told the others that the run was completely safe and that they did not need to worry. As a result, the group decided they did not need to wear helmets. They left their helmets behind. Not only that, but they also decided not to bring any headlamps or flashlights. They thought it would be much more exciting and terrifying to go flying down the winding icy track in complete pitch-black darkness. Shortly after midnight on February 6th, the first group of 3 boys climbed onto the first plastic sled. They positioned themselves tightly, holding on to one another, and pushed off into the dark. At first, everything went exactly to plan. They started picking up speed, sliding smoothly down the first few turns of the track. They were laughing and shouting, feeling the thrill of the icy air. They were going very fast. But what none of these boys knew was that during the week, park staff had put up a safety barrier. Specifically, they had strung a heavy metal chain directly across one of the lower sections of the track. This chain was used to secure a large wooden barrier that kept a specific alternate section of the track in place when it was not in use. As the first sled came flying around a sharp, dark corner at a high rate of speed, the 3 boys had absolutely no warning. In the pitch blackness, they could not see the heavy metal chain stretched across the track. The chain was positioned at approximately neck height for anyone sitting on a sled. The first sled struck the metal chain at full speed. The impact was catastrophic. The chain instantly decapitated and killed the boy sitting at the very front of the sled. He was 17-year-old Evan Caldwell. He died on impact. The other two boys on the sled were violently thrown from the vehicle, crashing hard into the icy concrete walls of the track. Both of them were knocked completely unconscious, suffering severe injuries. Back up at the top of the track, inside the starting house, the remaining 5 boys were waiting. They had no idea that a tragedy had just occurred. They could not see down the dark track, and they could not hear anything. The boys on the first sled were either dead or unconscious, so there were no screams or calls for help reaching the top of the hill. The second group of 3 boys waited for what they estimated was a safe amount of time. They wanted to make sure the first sled had reached the bottom and cleared the track. Once they figured enough time had passed, the 3 boys piled onto the second sled and pushed off into the darkness. They went hurtling down the track, picking up speed just like the first group. But as they rounded that same sharp corner near the bottom, they also struck the heavy metal chain. However, by some absolute miracle, the second group of boys hit the chain in a slightly different way. The angle of their sled or the way they were leaning caused them to slip just under the chain as they hit it. But the impact still violently threw all 3 of them off their sled. They were launched into the air and slammed hard onto the icy track. The boys on the second sled survived, though they were badly battered. The worst injury among them was a badly broken ankle. They scrambled to their feet, completely disoriented and terrified. It was pitch black, and they had no idea what they had just crashed into. They were trying to gather their thoughts and find their friends from the first sled. But before they could figure out what was happening, and before they had a chance to yell up the track to warn the final group, it was already too late. The third and final group, consisting of the last 2 boys, had already pushed off from the starting house. The boys on the track heard the faint, terrifying sound of a plastic sled whistling down the ice toward them. All they could do was scramble to the side of the track to avoid being hit as the third sled came bombing down the hill at full speed. The final 2 boys on the third sled rounded the corner in the dark and struck the metal chain at maximum speed. One of the boys on this final sled was 17-year-old Jordan Caldwell. Tragically, Jordan was also struck at neck height by the heavy chain. He was killed instantly. Jordan was the twin brother of Evan Caldwell, the boy on the first sled, who had died just minutes earlier. The other boy on the third sled was thrown violently from the wreckage, suffering incredibly severe, life-threatening injuries. One of the survivors of the initial crash was a boy named Caleb. Case had been on the first sled and had been knocked unconscious when he was thrown. When Caleb finally started to regain consciousness, he found himself lying in a section of the track that was covered by a large protective tarp. At first, Caleb could not see anything and he could not hear anything. He felt completely numb. But he immediately realized that he was struggling to breathe. He felt like there was something physically lodged in his throat, blocking his airway. In reality, his throat had been severely crushed and damaged when he collided with the metal chain. As he lay there gasping for air, his senses slowly began to return. His vision cleared slightly, and he looked up. He saw one of the boys from the second sled kneeling right beside him on the ice. This boy had not been severely injured, and he had placed his hand gently on Caleb's shoulder. He was loudly praying, begging God to let Caleb survive. As Caleb lay there listening to the prayer, his hearing began to improve, and he started to hear another sound nearby. It was the voice of a boy named Mark, who had been on the first sled. Mark was very badly injured, and his face was severely fractured and bleeding. But despite his immense pain, Mark was lying on the ice, softly singing a religious song. He was trying to keep everyone's spirits up, trying to encourage the survivors to hold on and keep fighting to stay alive until help arrived. Then, Caleb heard the faint sound of someone speaking to an emergency dispatcher on a cell phone, calling 911. Shortly after that, Caleb blacked out again. When the paramedics and emergency rescue crews finally arrived at Canada Olympic Park, they made their way up to the restricted track. They found a scene of absolute devastation. The 8 boys were scattered all over the lower section of the ice track, having been thrown in different directions by the violent impacts. But when the paramedics located the bodies of the 2 boys who had died, they discovered something deeply moving. The twin brothers, Evan and Jordan Caldwell, were lying right next to each other on the ice. Even though they had gone down the track in different sleds at different times, they ended up side by side in their final moments. None of the surviving boys had moved them, they had simply landed near one another. For the Caldwell family, the loss of both of their twin sons in a single night was an unfathomable tragedy. The grief was devastating for the entire community. But there was a small, haunting solace in knowing that the twins were together at the very end. The 6 surviving boys eventually recovered from their physical wounds, but they walked away with life-altering brain injuries, physical scars, and a deep, permanent sense of guilt and regret. They knew they were incredibly lucky to be alive, but they would have to carry the memory of that terrible night for the rest of their lives. Our third and final story explores the concept of intelligence and how even the most brilliant minds can make decisions that lead to their own undoing. IQ, which stands for intelligence quotient, is a scientific measure of a person's cognitive abilities and intelligence. To find your IQ score, you have to take a highly specialized, standardized test administered by psychologists. The vast majority of the human population, about 68%, will score right around 100 on an IQ test. This is considered to be the average range of human intelligence. A much smaller group of people, who are considered highly gifted, will score somewhere between 130 and 160. And then there is an incredibly tiny fraction of the population that scores above 160. These people belong to the true genius class. To put this into perspective, Albert Einstein, who is widely regarded as one of the most brilliant theoretical physicists in human history, is believed to have had an IQ of around 160. He was right on the cusp of this genius class. But, as we will see in this final story, having a genius-level intellect does not protect a person from making an incredibly poor lapse in judgment. In the year 1991, 31-year-old Jackie Katarek was a woman who seemed to have everything going for her. Jackie was an absolute genius. She had been tested and was found to have an IQ of 170. That meant she was statistically smarter than Albert Einstein. Jackie used her incredible brain to pursue a career in medicine. She graduated with top honors from the prestigious medical school at the University of California, Los Angeles, also known as UCLA. After graduating, she completed her medical residency, which is a rigorous multi-year training program for new doctors, at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles. Cedars-Sinai is widely known as one of the best and most advanced hospitals in the United States. Once she finished her residency, Jackie decided to move slightly north of Los Angeles to the city of Bakersfield, California. There, she opened her very own private medical practice. She quickly built a highly successful business, and she was widely respected by her peers. In addition to running her busy practice, she also became a part-time professor at her alma mater, UCLA, commuting back to Los Angeles to teach the next generation of doctors. By all accounts, Jackie was brilliant, wealthy, and deeply passionate about her work. Her patients absolutely adored her because of her kind demeanor and medical expertise, and her students at UCLA highly respected her lectures. Fast forward 19 years to the year 2010. Jackie was now 49 years old. She was still running her successful medical practice in Bakersfield, still teaching at UCLA, and was highly active in her community. However, her personal life was somewhat complicated. She was in an on-again, off-again romantic relationship with a 58-year-old man named William Moody. While the intimate details of their relationship were kept private, it was clear from local news reports and police statements that Jackie and William had a very volatile relationship. They fought frequently, often breaking up and then getting back together. On the evening of Wednesday, the 25th of August 2010, Jackie went out by herself to a local Mediterranean restaurant in Bakersfield. She sat at the bar and began having some drinks. She stayed at the restaurant for a while, and as the night went on, she became visibly intoxicated. At some point during the night, realizing she had had too much to drink, Jackie used her phone to call a local ride-sharing or taxi service to pick her up and take her home. It seemed like a responsible decision, as she knew she was too drunk to drive her own car. The following morning, Thursday, August 26th, Jackie's medical assistant arrived at the practice in Bakersfield. She opened up the office and waited for Jackie to arrive. But the start of the workday came and went, and Jackie did not show up. This was incredibly unusual for Jackie. She was extremely professional and punctual, and she never missed appointments with her patients without giving advance notice. The assistant became worried and dialed Jackie's cell phone. But the call went straight to voicemail. The assistant waited a bit and tried calling again, but there was still no answer. Feeling that something was wrong, the assistant decided to call Jackie's boyfriend, William Moody. William answered his phone. The assistant asked him if he had seen Jackie, explaining that she had not showed up for work and was not answering her phone. William told the assistant that he had actually seen Jackie the night before. William went on to explain his version of events. He said that on Wednesday night, he was home alone at his house in Bakersfield, which was located not very far from the Mediterranean restaurant where Jackie had been drinking. William said that late that night, he looked out his window and saw Jackie's car pull up and park directly in front of his house. He said he could tell from her body language and the way she was walking that she was highly upset about something. William said he got the strong feeling that she was coming over to start a massive fight with him. William decided that he did not want to deal with a confrontation. So, instead of going to the front door to talk to her, he quietly slipped out the back door of his house. He ran off his property through the back gate, completely avoiding her. William said he walked a few blocks over to a friend's house who lived nearby. He asked his friend if he could spend the night, and his friend agreed. When the medical assistant called William on Thursday morning, William was actually still at his friend's house. He had not yet returned to his own home. He told the assistant that he assumed Jackie had eventually realized he wasn't home and had driven away. However, William told the assistant that he would head back to his house right away to see if Jackie was still there or if there was some indication of where she might have gone. William hung up the phone, left his friend's house, and walked the couple of blocks back to his property. When he turned the corner onto a street, he immediately saw Jackie's car parked right where it had been the night before, sitting directly in front of his house. William knew that his house was completely locked and that Jackie did not have a key. He figured she must be asleep inside the car, waiting for him to return. William walked up to the car, preparing himself for an argument. But when he looked through the glass window, he saw that the car was completely empty. However, when he looked closer, he saw that Jackie's purse, her wallet, and her cell phone were all lying on the passenger seat. This made no sense. Why would she leave all of her personal belongings in an unlocked car and walk away? William turned and looked at his house. He wondered if she had somehow managed to get inside or if she was waiting for him in the backyard. He began walking around the perimeter of his house, calling out Jackie's name. There was no response. When he reached the backyard, he did not see Jackie, but he noticed something strange lying on the ground near his back door. It was a heavy metal shovel. William walked over and looked at his back door. He noticed fresh scrape marks and damage around the door frame and lock. It looked very obvious that someone, presumably Jackie, had tried to use the shovel to pry the back door open to break into the house. But the lock had held, and the attempt had failed. William continued walking around the rest of his property calling out for her, but the yard was completely empty. He decided she must have found another way into the house. He walked to the front door, inserted his key, and unlocked it. He stepped inside, feeling highly anxious, expecting to find Jackie sleeping on his couch or waiting for him. He searched every room, every closet, and the basement. All the windows were tightly locked from the inside, and all the doors were secure. There was absolutely no sign of Jackie and no indication that anyone had been inside the house since he had left the night before. William was completely baffled. Her car was out front, her purse and phone were inside the car, and there was a shovel near the damaged back door, but she was nowhere to be found. He called the medical assistant back and told her what he had found. He suggested that maybe Jackie had gotten frustrated, left her things in the car, and called another ride to go somewhere else. He said he was sure she would turn up soon. But the assistant felt a deep sense of dread. She told William that this was completely unlike Jackie and that they needed to contact the police immediately. William agreed, and they called the Bakersfield Police Department to report Jackie missing. The police began their investigation by going to Jackie's own home, but they found no sign of her. Her neighbors had not seen her. Then the officers went to William's house. They searched Jackie's car, documenting the purse and phone. They looked around the exterior of William's house, noting the shovel and the damaged back door. They also did a brief search of the inside of William's home, but they found nothing unusual. The police interviewed neighbors, friends, and family members, but no one had any information. They told William and the assistant that without any evidence of foul play, they simply had to wait. They suggested that Jackie might just be hiding out somewhere because she was upset and that she would likely return on her own. 2 days passed, and there was still no sign of Jackie. On Friday, William left the country on a pre-planned, pre-arranged vacation. Because the police had found no evidence of foul play and did not consider William a suspect, he was cleared to travel. Before he left, William asked one of his close friends to go over to his house during the weekend to feed his pet fish. On Saturday morning, 48 hours after Jackie had been reported missing, William's friend drove over to the house. He unlocked the front door and stepped inside. As soon as he opened the door, he was hit by a horrific, overwhelming odor. It was the unmistakable smell of something decaying. The friend covered his nose and mouth with his shirt, gagging. He began walking through the house, trying to find the source of the terrible smell. He first checked the kitchen, thinking that perhaps some meat had gone bad in the refrigerator or that the trash had been left full, but the kitchen was clean. He checked the pet fish tank, but it was fine. He followed the scent as it grew stronger, leading him into the living room. He realized the smell was strongest near the fireplace. The friend walked over to the fireplace. He knelt down and looked inside the hearth where the logs were placed, but there was nothing there. He tilted his head and looked directly up into the dark chimney flue. About 2 feet up the narrow flue, dangling down in the darkness, were 2 human legs. The friend gasped in horror, ran out of the house, and immediately called the police. When investigators and forensic teams arrived, they confirmed that the body stuck inside the chimney was indeed the missing doctor, Jackie Kotarek. Through a careful reconstruction of the evidence, investigators were able to piece together exactly what had happened on that fateful Wednesday night. After leaving the Mediterranean restaurant, Jackie had decided to drive her car to William's house instead of taking the ride service she had called. When she arrived, William had already slipped out the back. Jackie knocked on the doors and windows, but got no response. Being highly intoxicated and upset, she became determined to get inside. She found a shovel in the yard and tried to pry open the back door, but she was unsuccessful. Then she noticed a permanent ladder or structure attached to the back of the house. Despite being intoxicated, Jackie climbed up the ladder and got onto the roof. She walked over to the brick chimney. There was a protective metal cap over the top of the chimney to keep rain and animals out. Jackie managed to pry this cap off. She then decided to lower herself feet first down into the dark, narrow chimney flue, believing she could slide down into the fireplace and enter the house. But she did not realize how narrow the chimney actually was. The flue was not a uniform shape. It started wider at the top and became much narrower as it descended. At some point during her descent, Jackie became completely and tightly wedged in the brick structure. Her arms were likely pinned above her head or tight against her sides, rendering them completely useless. There was nothing for her hands to grab onto, and there was no ledge for her feet to push against. She was completely trapped in the dark, vertical stone shaft. Because William was not home, her screams for help went completely unheard. And then, a terrifying medical phenomenon occurred. It is known as mechanical or positional asphyxia. Every time Jackie took a deep breath and exhaled to scream, her chest would naturally contract and become slightly smaller. Because of gravity, she would slide a fraction of an inch deeper into the narrowing chimney. When she tried to take her next breath, she found that her chest could not expand back to its original size because the tight brick walls of the chimney acted like a rigid, constricting vice. With every breath she took, she slipped lower and the walls became tighter. Her lung capacity shrank second by second, minute by minute. Eventually, she no longer had the lung capacity or the strength to make a loud sound. She could only utter faint, desperate whispers. We know she was alive for a long time. In fact, on Thursday night, William was inside the house sleeping, completely unaware that his girlfriend was trapped just feet away in the chimney. And on Friday night, nearly 48 hours after she had first entered the chimney, neighbors reported hearing a faint, distant voice crying out for help. But they assumed it was just children playing in a nearby pool, so they did not investigate. Shortly after that, Jackie succumbed to the pressure on her chest and passed away. It took local firefighters over 5 hours of carefully chipping away at the heavy brick chimney to finally recover her body. The medical examiner officially ruled her death an accident caused by positional asphyxia. No charges were ever filed as it was clear that this was a tragic, self-inflicted accident. It was a devastating end for a woman who possessed a genius-level intellect but made one single fatal error in judgment on a dark California night. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. In 1956, the SS Andrea Doria was more than just a ship. It was a floating masterpiece, a symbol of Italy's recovery and pride after the war. It was the country's largest, fastest, and by all accounts, its safest ocean liner. When you stepped on board, you were stepping into a world of luxury, but for all its beauty and engineering, this ship would be remembered for something else entirely. On July 25th of that year, the Andrea Doria was on its way to the United States, gliding through the Atlantic. But as it neared the East Coast, it sailed into a wall of thick, heavy fog. Following standard procedure, the captain slowed the massive vessel down to a crawl and sounded the ship's powerful fog whistle, its deep moan cutting through the eerie silence. A little while later, another ship entered that same blanket of fog. This was the SS Stockholm, a Swedish ocean liner. The problem was the crew of the Stockholm had no idea the Andrea Doria was anywhere near them. Both ships were equipped with radar, which was still relatively new technology at the time. And unfortunately, on this night, both crews were misinterpreting the signals they were seeing on their screens. They saw blips, but didn't understand what those blips truly represented. Critically, neither vessel made any attempt to communicate with the other as they charged blindly toward one another through the dense gray mist. Eventually, the moment came when the two ships were close enough for visual contact. Lookouts on both decks would have seen the ghostly silhouette of another liner suddenly emerge from the fog. But by then, it was far too late. A collision was unavoidable. At 11:10 p.m., the reinforced ice-breaking bow of the Stockholm slammed directly into the side of the Andrea Doria. The steel tore through the hull like it was paper, penetrating over 40 feet deep into the Italian ship before wrenching itself back out. The impact was catastrophic. It instantly killed 46 people on the Andrea Doria. On the Stockholm, 5 crew members lost their lives. When the news of the disaster broke, it became an international headline. Every major news outlet scrambled to cover the story. In the United States, ABC News assigned the story to one of their most respected correspondents, a man named Edward Morgan. But what his colleagues and his audience didn't know was that Edward was carrying an unimaginable personal burden. His 14-year-old daughter, Linda Morgan, was a passenger on the Andrea Doria. Just moments before he was scheduled to go on the air to report this story to the nation, he was given the devastating news. Linda was among the missing, and she was presumed to be dead. There was absolutely nothing he could do. He was miles away, trapped in a news studio, waiting for scraps of information just like everyone else. Despite this incredible weight on his shoulders, Edward Morgan went on the air. He sat at his desk, looked into the camera, and delivered the story of the tragic collision. He spoke with his usual calm and professional composure, never once letting the public see the personal hell he was going through. He never mentioned that his own daughter was out there somewhere in the cold Atlantic, her fate unknown. But after he finished his broadcast and the cameras turned off, another, much stranger story began to emerge from the chaos of the rescue efforts. It centered on a young girl. Apparently, this girl had been asleep in her cabin on the Andrea Doria in one of the very rooms that had taken a direct hit from the Stockholm. After the crash, she woke up completely disoriented. She was in the dark, surrounded by wreckage, and she had no idea where she was. Frightened, she began to cry out for her mother. Meanwhile, on board the Stockholm, a crewman heard the faint cries of a girl. He followed the sound, which seemed to be coming from the front of the ship. He ran towards the bow, which was now a twisted, mangled mess of steel from the collision. And when he got there, he saw something that made no sense at all. Perched precariously on the destroyed bow of Stockholm was a bed. And on that bed was a young girl. She was shaken, but she was alive, so relatively unharmed. That 14-year-old girl was Linda Morgan. It turns out, in a 1-in-a-million freak occurrence, when Stockholm's bow sliced into the side of the Andrea Doria, it had acted like a giant scoop. It had carved out the section of the ship where Linda's bed was, lifting her up and essentially dragging her into the wreckage of Stockholm's bow. Then, as the two ships pulled apart, Stockholm brought the bed and Linda with it out of the sinking liner. She had been transferred from one ship to another in the middle of a catastrophic collision, all while she was asleep. When Edward Morgan received the news that his daughter was not only alive, but was the so-called miracle girl of the Andrea Doria, he was completely overcome with emotion. He went back on the air, but this time the professional composure was gone. He spoke to the nation as a father. He told them about his daughter, about her incredible story of survival. He also spoke about how difficult it had been to deliver the news of a tragedy when it was so deeply personal, when it involved someone he loved more than anything. Linda would make a full physical recovery, suffering only a broken arm. But emotionally, the scars ran deep. She would struggle for the rest of her life with immense survivor's guilt. Her stepfather and her younger half-sister, who had been in the cabin with her, were both killed in the crash. She had survived, but she had lost her family in the process. On the 27th of April, 1997, a farmer in a rural village in Indonesia was doing what he did every day. He was walking his livestock through a dense sugarcane field near his home. As he made his way through the tall stalks, he suddenly tripped on something hidden in the dirt. After he picked himself up and dusted himself off, he looked down to see what had caught his foot. It was a strange mound of dirt. It just seemed out of place, like it didn't belong there. He was curious and wanted to start digging right then and there, but he knew he wasn't on his own property. So he decided against it. Instead, he headed back to his village. He went straight to the village leader and told him about the strange pile of dirt he'd found out in the sugarcane field. He suggested that maybe the leader should go take a look and see what was under it. The village leader agreed it sounded odd, so he gathered a few other men from the village and they all walked back out to the field. They found the mound right where the farmer said it would be. The first thing they did was take a long stick and poke it into the pile of dirt. The stick slid in easily. The dirt was soft and loosely packed. But when they pulled the stick back out, a horrible stench filled the air. It was a smell of decay, and it was coming from inside that mound. Worried about what they might find, the men decided this was something they shouldn't handle on their own. They left the mound alone, went back to the village, and immediately contacted the authorities. But when they explained the situation, the authorities told them something surprising. They told the men to go back out to the field, uncover whatever was under the dirt, and then report back on what they found. So the village leader and some more men returned to the strange mound. They brought shovels this time, and they began to dig. It didn't take long before their shovels hit something soft buried just beneath the surface. They put the shovels aside and began to clear the dirt away carefully with their hands. And that's when they saw it. A woman's face looking right back at them. It appeared she had been buried in a standing position up to her neck, and then someone had just piled dirt on top of her head. At this point, the authorities finally came out to the scene. They were able to identify the body. It belonged to a 21-year-old local woman named Dewey. Police began asking around the village, trying to piece together her last known movements. They learned that the last time anyone had seen her was 3 days earlier. She had left her house to run an errand, and after that, she had simply vanished. Just a few hours after Dewey's body was discovered, a 5-year-old boy who drove a rickshaw came to the police station. He had information. He told police that 3 days earlier, on the evening of April 24th, the very same day Dewey was last seen, she had hired him for a ride. When she got into his rickshaw, he asked her where she wanted to go. But her answer was strange. She told him she couldn't give him a specific destination. Instead, she just wanted him to start driving in a particular direction, and she would give him more instructions as they got closer. This really intrigued the young driver. It was a very unusual request. After they had been driving for a bit, he turned to her again and asked if she could tell him anything more about where they were going. He told her it was weird that she was being so secretive. Finally, Dewey gave in. She told him she was going to see the shaman. In that part of the world, a shaman is someone believed to have a connection to the spirit world, someone who can use magic to cure the sick or bring good fortune. The rickshaw driver thought it was odd that this young woman was going to see the shaman in the middle of the night and being so secretive about it, but he dropped her off as requested and hadn't thought much of it again until he heard that she had been found dead. Armed with this new information, the police went to see the shaman. He was a 5-year-old man named Ahmad Siraji. They asked him if he had been with Dewey on the night of April 24th. At first, Siraji said no. He claimed he hadn't seen her and had no idea what could have happened to her. But the police didn't believe him. They got a warrant to search his house, and inside they found some of Dewey's personal belongings. When confronted with this evidence, Siraji's story changed. He calmly told the police that he had been lying. He said he had a confession to make. And then, in a very nonchalant and matter-of-fact tone, he told them that he had not only killed Dewey, but he had also killed dozens of other women in the exact same way, and he told them they were all buried in that same sugarcane field. The police went back out to the field and began a systematic search. They quickly realized the first mound was not an isolated thing. There were mounds of dirt scattered all over the place. And under each one, they found the body of a woman buried up to her neck. By the time the excavation was finished, they had found the bodies of 42 different women. But authorities believed that was just a guess. There could be even more that they hadn't found. During his trial, Ahmad Siraji explained in detail why he did what he did. He said that back in 1986, 11 years earlier, he had a vivid dream. In the dream, his deceased father appeared to him. His father gave him a specific instruction. He had to drink the saliva of 70 women. If he did this, his father told him he would become immortal. When Siraji woke up, he didn't dismiss it as just a strange dream. He fully believed he had just had a real conversation with the spirit of his dead father. So he decided to do exactly as he was told. The only problem was his father hadn't explained how he was supposed to get the saliva from these 70 women. After thinking about it for a few days, Siraji decided that the most efficient way to complete his task would be to kill the women and then forcibly take their saliva. To find his victims, Siraji began spreading a rumor around his village. He told people he was a powerful shaman with supernatural abilities. Specifically, he claimed he could grant women everlasting beauty and great riches. And many people, desperate for a better life, believed him. As the rumor spread to surrounding villages, women started coming to him requesting his services. He would tell them to come back to his house late at night when it was completely dark, and he would stress that they must not tell anyone where they were going. Once a woman arrived, she would come inside and pay him a fee, which was roughly the equivalent of $300. Then he would tell her that to receive her beauty and riches, they needed to perform a special ritual. They would leave his house, cut through a nearby cemetery, and walk out into the vast sugarcane field. After walking for a while, Siraji would stop. He would hand the woman a shovel and tell her to dig a hole in the ground, assuring her that this was all part of the ritual. He would stand and watch as she dug a hole that was about waist deep. Then he would tell her to get into the hole and place her hands down by her sides. If the woman seemed nervous, he would just reassure her again, telling her that this was all perfectly normal, that lots of women had done this before, and that it was completely safe. So she would get in the hole. Siraji would then take the shovel and begin filling the hole back in with dirt, packing it tightly around her until she was completely immobilized from the waist down. At the leave his wint, with the woman trapped and helpless, Siraji would pull out a length of cable. He would wrap it around her neck and strangle her to death. Once she was dead, he would pull her body out of the hole and forcibly extract her saliva. After that, he would dig the hole a little deeper, place her body back inside, but he would make sure her head was still sticking out of the ground. He would then orient her body so that her face was looking directly towards his house. He believed that having the spirits of these women constantly looking at him day and night gave him more power. As for Dewey, his last victim, he said that when she first came to his house and paid the fee, she got scared. She was worried about going out into the dark field to do the ritual. So, Siraji told her to wait. He went into another room where his wife was and told her what was happening. He said he was going to kill this girl and that he needed his wife's help to calm her down. His wife, who he claimed had no idea her husband was a mass murderer, apparently went along with it immediately. She came into the room and assured Dewey that everything was fine. She told her they had done this ritual many times before and that it was perfectly safe. She even offered to go with them to make sure Dewey felt comfortable. Hearing this from another woman put Dewey at ease, and she agreed to go. The trio, Siraji, his wife, and Dewey, left the house, walked through the cemetery, and went out into the field. But only 2 of them came back. Ahmad Siraji was executed by firing squad in 2008. His wife was sentenced to life in prison. Around midnight on the 3rd of September 1986, Doug Wells and his wife Kristen were driving home. As they pulled onto their quiet street in western Montana, they saw something unusual. There was a camper parked right in front of their house. Neither of them recognized it. When they pulled into their driveway, Doug got out of the car and walked over to the camper. He peered inside the window to see if anyone was in there. And there was. A man was asleep in the front seat. Doug didn't want to wake him. He walked back to his wife, and they talked it over. They figured the man was probably just a traveler who had randomly pulled over on their street to get some sleep. They decided that he would most likely be gone by the morning. So, the couple went inside their house and started getting ready for bed. A little while later, Doug gathered up all the trash from inside the house to take it out to the bin. As he stepped outside, he saw a figure standing in his front lawn. It was the same guy who had been sleeping in the camper. Doug cautiously walked down his front steps. He called out to the man, asking what he was doing there. The man immediately put his hands up and said he didn't mean any harm. He introduced himself as Wayne Nance and said he actually worked with Doug's wife Kristen at a local furniture store. Wayne then launched into a story. He said he happened to be driving down their street earlier in the day and he saw someone standing outside one of their windows looking into the house. He knew it was Kristen's house and he could see that no one was home. So he decided he would just park his camper out front to try and scare the person off, and he would wait for Kristen and Doug to get back. But by the time they arrived, he had fallen asleep. Doug was completely caught off guard by all of this. Here was a guy on his property talking about some other guy who was lurking around his property. It was unsettling. He asked Wayne if he had seen the prowler again after that first time. Wayne said no, he hadn't, but he explained that he didn't have a flashlight. He then made an offer. He suggested that if Doug went inside and got some flashlights, the two of them could walk the property together and make sure nobody was hiding in the dark. Doug thanked him for the offer. It seemed like a neighborly thing to do, even though it was a strange situation. He said to Wayne, "Why don't you come inside the house and I'll go look for those flashlights?" So Doug led the way, opening his front door. As soon as Wayne Nance stepped inside the house and shut the door behind him, he pulled out a metal pipe he had been hiding. He viciously smashed Doug over the back of the head. Doug stumbled and turned around, and Wayne hit him again, this time across the face. Before long, the two men were on the ground, struggling for their lives. Kristen, who was upstairs, heard the loud commotion. She came running down the stairs and saw a horrific scene at the bottom. Her husband, Doug, was bleeding badly from his head, curled up on the ground, trying to protect himself. And standing over him was Wayne, her coworker, punching and kicking him. Before Kristen could even process what was happening, Wayne noticed her on the stairs. He pulled out a pistol and aimed it directly at her. He ordered her to come down and tie up her husband's arms and legs. Kristen was in total shock. She was hoping this was just a robbery, that if she complied, they would take what they wanted and leave them alive. So she did as she was told. She walked down the stairs, and Wayne threw her some cord. She tied up her husband's arms and legs. Afterwards, Wayne led Kristen back upstairs to the bedroom, where he tied her up as well. With the couple restrained, Wayne went back down to the main floor, where Doug was still lying on the ground. He grabbed Doug by the legs and dragged him down a flight of stairs into the basement. He tied Doug to a pole, and then he savagely beat him with the metal pipe. After the beating, Wayne pulled out an 8-inch blade and plunged it directly into Doug's chest, all the way to the hilt. He pulled the knife out, and Doug slumped over, motionless. Wayne went back upstairs to the second floor to check on Kristen. He saw that she had managed to get partially free from her restraints and was reaching for the landline phone next to the bed. He jumped on top of her and tied her up again, this time making sure the knots were secure. Confident that she couldn't escape, he went back downstairs one more time to make sure Doug was dead. When he got to the basement, he saw Doug still slouched over in the exact same position he had left him. Wayne assumed Doug must be dead. So he went back upstairs to assault Kristen. But Wayne was wrong. Doug wasn't dead. After Wayne went upstairs that second time, Doug, despite his horrific head wounds and a deep stab wound to his chest, managed to wriggle out of his restraints. He hobbled over to a workbench. Doug was a gunsmith, and he had a rifle lying on the bench. He found a single round on the table and loaded it into the rifle. Then he walked over to the base of the stairs. He raised the rifle and slowly, painfully, made his way up to the main floor. He didn't see Wayne on the first floor, but he could hear his wife screaming upstairs. He made his way to the next set of stairs and began to climb, his rifle raised and ready. At the top of the second floor stairs was a hallway that went left and right. As Doug climbed, he could hear his wife's screams coming from a bedroom off to the left, out of his line of sight. He could also hear the sound of heavy footsteps running down the hall directly towards him. Doug positioned himself in the stairwell. He took aim with his rifle at about chest height, pointing it towards the corner where the hallway turned. He waited for his attacker to appear. As soon as Wayne came flying around the corner with his knife still in his hand, Doug fired. The single shot struck Wayne right in the stomach. Wayne fell backwards, completely shocked. He began to stagger down the hall. Doug, now out of ammunition, turned his rifle around and held it like a baseball bat. He walked down the hall and just started smashing Wayne as Wayne stumbled and tried to get away. Finally, Wayne managed to break free from Doug and charge into the bedroom where Kristen was. He grabbed his pistol, turned around, and fired 3 shots towards the doorway where Doug was now standing. 1 round hit Doug in the leg. The other 2 missed, but Doug was unfazed. He just walked up to Wayne and began bashing his head in with the butt of the rifle. He hit him so many times that the stock of the rifle shattered and the metal barrel of the gun bent into an L shape. At some point during the vicious beating, Wayne dropped his pistol. Doug saw it, grabbed the gun, and fired the remaining rounds into Wayne's head. Police and paramedics arrived a short time later. Doug, Kristen, and their attacker Wayne were all rushed to the hospital. Doug and Kristen would eventually make full recoveries. As for Wayne Nance, he died the following day from his injuries. In the aftermath, police began investigating Wayne Nance to figure out who this man was. And what they discovered was chilling. They found evidence that almost certainly proved Wayne Nance was a serial killer connected to at least 6 cold case murders that had occurred between 1974 and 1986. But because Wayne never confessed to any of these crimes before he died, the true number of people he killed is still unknown. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time. See ya.